shopify.com/debt play.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero-sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel as we broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, Doug, because today you don't get the chance for a lifetime roofing lead.
Is that right?
It's already been determined because Matthew Tkachuck is waiting for us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. He wanted to start off the show today, Doug. Too bad for you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 101 ESPN in the Morning After, Matthew Tkachuck. Good morning, Matthew. Listen to this gallery.
Boys? How's it going? Hey, I'm supposed to ask where Dirtbag is or who Dirtbag is.
Matthew, that would be me. That's a name your father gave me years and years ago. He considered me to be a bit of a pervert, candidly, and I think he was dialed in and made a tight read.
Nailed it.
20 years ago?
Nailed it.
20 years ago.
That's hilarious.
Congratulations on your...
being on with you boys. I appreciate it.
We are thrilled to have you on the program, and I know plenty of people in the audience are thrilled. What a week for the Tkachuck family, but I think the thing that hasn't gotten enough attention yet is that you and your brother made it to the shootout and surged to get a wild card spot this past Saturday, according to my sources, and I don't think you guys have talked about that yet publicly.
Actually, no, we didn't even get the wild. We would have got the wild card because we got the most points on Saturday, but we actually backdoored the flight, so we actually won the flight
win. How about that?
Either way, we played well in both matches on Saturday and got it. I think we were such a good team, and I think Bill Zito heard we won our flight, so he's like, I got to get Brady down to Florida to play with you.
That's the reason. That's the reason it happened.
Yeah, finally came out.
Not going to get that from Pierre LeBrun. You're going to get it from this nitwit show.
See, what happens, Tim, is, Brady may be in the rough, but he's like, hey, you guys want to see my gold medal? And he's like, kick it.
That's right.
The greatest diversion ever.
Not quite, but I will say that gold medal was a hot topic over those few days. Me and Brady really like to bring it, especially when we're together. We think it's so important for places that we go that are new place or people that haven't seen it. It's so amazing. It reminds me so much of the Stanley Cup in the sense of the reactions you get when people see it for the first time. It doesn't matter if you know hockey or anything, the Stanley Cup. It doesn't even matter if you know sports or anything. You know what a gold medal is. So we brought it to the course on Friday all day. And just tons of pictures and tons of people were so happy. And that's really what it's all about. It's not about remembering what your T-ball was on hole 5 one day. It's, remembering the fact that you got to hang out with the gold medal. So that's the most important thing to Brady and I.
Are you two aggressively fast on the course? Because your dad likes to play a quick round, and if anybody gets in the way, I'll be damned.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, we've definitely got that from him. That's why those tournaments are kind of tough because it's so packed out there. But more time to spend with each other, so we made the most of it. Lots of drinks, lots of laughs, just lots of fun.
How good a golfer are you? What kind of handicap you carrying?
I'm a 5 and Brady's a 10. And yeah, all the guys we were playing were kind of in the similar range, but Brady gave me 2 good holes, really good holes at 9, and they were his stroke holes. I guess that's what you needed.
Wow, he's a clutch guy. He's a clutch guy, huh, Matthew?
Yeah, he's a clutch guy. I mean, he just played in the Olympic gold medal game against Canada. You got to be clutch, right? So he was awesome, and what's good now is Brady thought we were such a good team that he's inviting me to his member guest next summer up in New Jersey at his new course. So we got a good thing going here, me and Brady.
Wow. Well, how about the trade itself? How did this play out? I know we talked to your dad, and he said, don't ask me about it. Geez, I work for the Blues, How did this all kind of come together and just the level of excitement to be teamed up yet again?
Yeah, it's just super exciting. I really don't know how exactly it came about. I know that it was a while after the season ended, and just that ball started getting rolling a little bit, I think. I mean, I don't even know, but that's what I'm expecting. And I know he mentioned another team he was hearing was very, very, very close to trading for him a couple days prior or something. I'm not going to say the name of it, but so I thought the whole time he was going there, and then all of a sudden they just didn't get it done. And then the next day, Florida just came out of left field and got it done. I knew they would probably try to check in or try to convince Brady to, want to come play with his brother and stuff. But you just never think that that's a reality at all. So just so crazy that it happened. I was beyond shocked because they don't keep me in the loop with that, which I don't want to be in the loop. I'm a player. I just want to play. So I was so shocked and heard it from my grandpa first on his Apple Watch. That family pictures, that story is true. And the rest of the night was just an absolute best party ever. So we had we had an absolute blast.
I would imagine, yeah. I saw you guys on Pat McAfee's show telling that story. Doug, they were getting the family picture,
Yeah.
and of all people, to tell Brady and Matthew that they were going to be teammates in Florida, it was their grandfather who looked down at his Apple Watch and said, "Hey, looks like Brady's been traded to Florida."
Yeah, that's a full-blown true story. Like, we were all outside taking pictures for, I'm not kidding, like less than 10 minutes at this point. And he's the only one with like his Apple Watch or phone or whatever. And yeah, he's like, "Holy shit, Brady, I think you just got traded." Or he'd even say it like that. He was just like more like just surprised. He's just like, "Brady, I think you're traded to Florida." But he's like, "What?" He's like, "How do you not like freak out more at that?" And so Brady ran right inside and checked his phone, and it's like, it's done. And just crazy, absolute madness.
And how often have you guys been together? I know Four Nations and the Olympics, but I'm thinking back, how long ago before these recent internationals have you guys been on the same team?
We only played with each other at the All-Star game in 2022 or 3 in Florida, and then Four Nations and Olympics. There's literally only 3 times, and one of them was fake. So Four Nations for 3 games I played, and then Olympics, what did we play? 6. So it really hasn't been that big of a sample size, but it's been pretty successful. So we're hoping to bring that winning ways back to Florida, because I will say this too, like, obviously everybody has seen our team the last couple of years and some of the stuff we've done, some of the good stuff and some of the great memories. But, last year was a really big dip for us. And obviously it was because of a lot of injuries and, whatever you could say. But our team needs to take a step. Like, we have to keep getting better if we want to keep contending for championships. And, like, this is a type of move that clear as day tells us, what's been going on hasn't been is okay, but okay is not good enough, and we need somebody to help push that envelope to keep making us better, and that's exactly what Brady's going to do. He's going to make us better and give us a better chance of getting our ultimate goal this year. So our whole team, I was just in Florida with him, our whole team is so jacked up to get him.
You dealt with this for a long time, where I think Blues fans were hopeful that you'd end up here, or maybe expecting at one point. It shifted to Brady in recent years, and then there was disappointment. Oh, how did the Blues miss out on both Tkachucks? How did you guys handle that? Because I think some perceived it as, well, they don't want to play here. Tell me about that stress for both of you.
No, I definitely wouldn't say that at all. I mean, at that time when I was being traded, I signed off or, verbally told my representatives that if there was a deal in place with 3 teams, I mean, I think that's pretty well out there right now, and the Blues are one of them, that I would go there. So that wasn't the case at all. And I think just with Brady, I again don't really know about his, like, there's so much fake stuff out there. Like, who knows if there was 4? Like, I don't even know. Brady kept this so close to him that me and my dad were like fighting to find out information. So I got to give him and Craig, our uncle and agent, credit for keeping it really tight to the chest, because if this stuff like gets out, and there's also like fake stuff from teams, and you guys know how it works. Nothing, can't believe everything you hear or read. So, but I know Brady loves St. Louis. I know he thinks very highly of the team. He loves the city. We just had the best week back here. So I wouldn't believe everything you read. But, yeah, going back to mine, I mean, I basically verbally signed off on if the deal would have happened, I would have accepted a trade. So can't believe everything you hear.
Matthew Tkachuck, our guest, kind enough to join us here on The Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. You can watch it on YouTube, on the TMA STL YouTube channel as well. I always wonder, just in general, and we've seen it with a guy that you certainly know, and then a guy that was a legend with the Cardinals, in what it's like to actually live through playing in your hometown, being under that microscope, some of the things that perhaps none of us and none of those in the listening audience, Matthew, would think about with regard to some of the extra stresses, pressure, whatever the term might be. We saw it with David Freese with the Cardinals, and eventually both parties were like, yeah, it's best if you move on, and he goes to the Angels. And then we saw it with Pat Maroon, and of course he had the famous "I'm a hometown hero, baby" thing. But at first it was a little difficult. He was a healthy scratch in a number of games earlier on in the season. So playing in one's hometown may not necessarily be all that a fan would think it is, because I think as a fan you go, man, that's all I would want to do growing up. I wanted to play for the Cardinals. I wanted to play for the Blues. Was that something that you thought about growing up, and then how did it evolve to when you actually became a star in the league?
It's kind of a tough question. I mean, I guess, yeah, when I was growing up, I was playing for the St. Louis AAA Blues, so that's all I wanted to do was play in the NHL and wear number 7 for the Blues like my dad. And then you get older, and then, I mean, you're getting even up and close until your draft year, and you're still root for the Blues. They're still your home team. I mean, even like, you know, if I'd be out of the playoffs, you'd want the Blues to win, just being here and being here and in the summer and just knowing guys on the team and knowing the alumni. So, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I think when you get to the NHL and being established now, like, I don't ever want to leave Florida, at all. So, I guess it's shifted a little bit since my 8-year-old self. I never imagined my 8-year-old self playing for the Florida Panthers. So, I guess it changed a little bit, but I don't think, I mean, I've never experienced playing in the NHL for my hometown. You know, it probably will never happen, unfortunately, for people here, but I mean, I think that pressure's it's all what you put on your shoulders, right? If you allow stuff to be a distraction, if you are too worried about too many people watching, I think the people that want to do well and like keep their bubble close and I don't know, just really just try to limit all the distractions, because there could be a distraction every night.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that you obviously see have the most success, and they're probably the favorite players to watch for the fans because they're from there, they're giving it their all, and I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I think guys, everybody that I know from St. Louis that grew up playing hockey here, you know, dreamed their whole life of playing for the Blues. So I think that notion shouldn't be out there.
And then, I would imagine after you play for a certain team a certain number of years, 4 years for you now already in Florida, that starts to feel like your home. Maybe not your hometown, but it feels like your home.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was just there this past week, and my wife and I were there with Brady and his wife, and all the kids were there. So especially with Brady being there now, I mean, it's always the last 3 years, you know, since my first year in Florida, it's felt like home, and I really hope I'm there for the rest of my career. Like that is my, it's one of the greatest places in the world. It's an unbelievable place to play. The ownership is incredible, gives you every tool. Bill Zito and his staff do an amazing job. Paul, his staff, and then best parts, the players and the fans. I mean, we have it so lucky down there, but just living down there, and I cannot see myself anywhere else, and would be pretty disappointed if that's what it came down to. So I would love to stay there for the rest of my career.
Yeah, and for the record, Doug Armstrong the other day, and it was a very telling comment. I'm paraphrasing, but he said, we need to be better so that players want to come here and win a cup. Like, more or less, we're not at the point Florida is right now. So I think largely this show, we get it. I mean, for Brady, my gosh, you're going to play with your brother, you're going to have a chance to win a cup next year. Totally get it. The other news is the Blues director of player recruitment, if I'm remembering his business card correctly, is now a Hall of Famer.
How about that?
Tell us about how that, I guess Grandma got dropped off at the airport. She told your dad, I'm going to be praying for you all day. And then lo and behold, later that day, the call comes. What's this been like with the family of Big Walt going to the Hall?
Yeah, it was an amazing day. So my grandma the day before was like asking me, and I think it was my wife and Brady were there, and she's like, do you think he's getting in the hall? And me and Brady were like, I don't know, Nene. Like, you never know with these things. I've kind of dogged him like the last bunch of years. Like, I don't know, like call it 50-50 maybe. And she just like starts crying and she's like, I'm praying to St. Anthony. St. Anthony. I forget what the phrase she said, but it's like, the Hall of Fame can't be found, and I don't know. I forget to say.
Oh, Martin, you remember the word? We're good Catholic school kids. St. Anthony is lost. St. Anthony is found.
Oh, yeah. Then St. Anthony is also the patron saint of Obie Clark's, I think.
Oh, is that? I didn't know that.
That makes sense now.
He's to the Hall of Fame and it can't be found or something. And then she talked it in with St. Anthony to existence. I'll find out the exact quote and get back to you guys on that. But it was awesome that whole day. So Brady and I, unfortunately, the only bad part is we had to fly down to Florida at like 5 o'clock, and I was in a golf tournament during the day. And so it was just Brady, my mom, Uncle Kevin, and then Brady's family at the house. So my dad gets a call, I guess, at like 12:45. Like, they made him sweat it out all day. I think the announcements were at 2. So he didn't get a call till 12:45, but it was so late that I think everybody kind of was starting to give up on it a little bit. And so he just like dipped outside. This is Brady telling me the story, that he dipped outside for like 2 seconds, was on the phone, comes back in. Everybody's like, didn't even notice that he did it. And then he waited for a solid 30, 45 minutes before he told anybody, because he didn't know how to tell anybody. You know, he's really good at the sentimental stuff. So he didn't know how to like break it to my mom, to his brother, my brother, you know, anybody. I wasn't at the house yet, but so he just decided the best way possible was my mom was in the other room with the kids. He told Brady to go grab him, Brady and my Uncle Kevin, a beer, and they literally just grabbed the beer. My dad cheers him and said, "Go into the hall." That was his way of doing it. So it's the only way he knows how to do it, and it's the best way. So we and then I got a call right away. I'm on the golf course. I had a few holes left, so right when it was done, I rushed back, got my stuff changed, packed, and met them at Obie Clark's for like 15 minutes before the flight. But even just like being there, seeing the glow he had on him, like, this is something that, like, I promise you never really weighed on him at all. Like, he was obviously bothered by some people getting in before him, or him just not getting in general. But he would never, like, maybe it would bother him for like 2 seconds, and then he would like just move on. Like, never actually bothered him like it bothered me, my brother, my grandma, my mom. Like, it bothered us for a couple of years. So just to see the glow that he had on his face and how happy he was, and he never really like shows emotion like that. You could just tell he was like an 18-year-old kid getting drafted, or a 12-year-old kid scoring a goal. Like, it was just one of those smiles, and it was a special day for our entire family, and it just made the whole weekend it just capped it off. He one-upped us all, and so it was just amazing. I'm so happy for him.
You may be in that same position yourself someday, so you better remember that prayer.
Yeah, St. Anthony prayer. Yeah, I'll have to get my grandma on it. I don't worry about that. I just want to win another championship here.
Well, what a great story, man. That's an incredible story.
Was he in his chair when he announced it?
You know what? That is a detail that I don't know, but if I'm betting with Vegas, I'm putting the line at -500 that he was in that chair.
There's a chair. Nobody's allowed in that chair, Tim, except Big Walt. And going back to the Olympic run for you guys, what was the pressure like? Because, I mean, 1980 is a long time ago for the U.S. We've always talked about it. Can they break through? Tell us a little bit about that experience and if you felt the pressure to deliver.
No, I didn't really feel any pressure to deliver in that game, like, more than I thought the highest pressure game of that tournament was actually the quarters against Sweden, because I think Sweden's one of, if not, on some nights, the best team in the world. And the talent that they have, and the depth, and their defensemen, their goalies, but mainly the defensemen, and how hard they are to get to the net and how hard they're scoring. I'm like, that's one hell of a team, and we had a terrible draw of getting them in the quarter. So I actually felt more pressure in that game. Like, all right, like, we probably should win, but if we lose this game, like, we come home with nothing. We go 3-1 in the tournament. We dominated the first 3 games, and we lose the one important game, and we're right back to losing like the last 46 years. So our team definitely felt a little bit of pressure in that game, but we knew, like Canada was down 3-2 late to Czech. You could argue they probably shouldn't have beat them to go, even though they played better throughout the game. But with 5 minutes left, being down 3-2, the odds are you're not going to win. They're down 2-0 halfway through the game against Finland. So it was weird how, like, they kept finding ways to win. And we just knew that once they beat Finland, we knew we were going to beat Slovakia right after that. That just all roads led to that final. And for USA to conquer the hockey world, we have to beat Canada in the biggest stage in the world. So I wouldn't say we were nervous at all. I think we were just, probably cliche, but we were just way more excited.
How about a texture here? We got a lot of text too. Matthew's a class act. My daughter's AAA Blues team played in Florida, went to a Panthers game. Matthew heard they were there, came out, took some pictures with the girls. Keep killing it. MT. And then there's also a 6th grade teacher from Chaminade, is your English teacher in 6th grade. I'm sure you remember all these classes like yesterday. Did you cry when the dogs died? Both dogs, where the red fern grows. R.I.P. Old Dan. This is taking a harsh turn, Tim.
Wow. Very vivid.
This is from Mr. Timmy G. Congrats to your whole family.
Yeah, Tim Gavain, what a legend.
Wow, Mr. Gavain it is. Okay.
Oh, from the Vader
Gavain's
family.
a legend.
Wow. Okay. So Chaminade teachers.
That might have been the last book I read, was in that class. I don't even know if I read it.
And you didn't really even need that, did you? Have a successful career.
No, he's a legend. Yeah, we had a blast with him in his class. We had a great crew, guys. Still, some of my best friends still to this day were in that class. So he had a good culture going.
How much did you interact with Jason Tatum? We know the national way it's covered, but what was like the real experience when you guys were there together?
Yeah, like we interacted like all the time, every day. We were in a bunch of the same classes together. We were only there for 3 of the years.
Yeah.
But yeah, just like a good buddy at school. We had a ton of interactions together. I remember I think we always had the same gym class. Like that was the one class that we were both in the same. So we had I would say he was better at hockey than I was at basketball. That's the best way to put it. He could rip it was ball hockey, but he could rip it, and I had no range with my shots.
And it's been well documented. Taryn is the best athlete in the family, is what I've always been told.
Yeah, she is, but she's taking a couple years off now, being in the real world. So me and Brady might be catching up to her right now.
You and Brady ever argue about who's the better player between the two of you?
Oh, Doug trying to stir it up.
Good for you, Doug.
No, but I think if you're 6'5", 230. I mean, Brady. I will say this. I won't answer that because I don't want to put pressure on him saying that, or I don't want to. I mean, he is more talented. He is. He definitely is. He's a physical freak and everything. I think the biggest thing with him is just how we're so much more different than people think as players. Like, he's a enormous player. He can fly. He's got the hardest shot. He can fight. Like, he's like what you call in baseball like a 5-tool athlete. Like, he's got everything, and I'm definitely not 5-tool, but I can do a couple things, and I can do it well. So I think some of the stuff that I can do, some of the stuff that I can't do, Brady does very, very, very well, and some of the stuff that he might not do as well, that's some of my strengths. So I think that's why he's going to complement our team so much is because we're going to be able to come, at other teams like in ways, because I don't necessarily think we're going to play together, and I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing to play together right away. I think it would be better to have us, a little bit, on different lines and come at teams like shift after shift, because we have some absolute warriors on our team, some dogs. I mean, you've got Benny, you've got Marchand. I mean, we haven't even talked about Barkey or Rhino, some of these guys, and I think guys that nobody really talks about that are just incredible players is that Lusterine and Lundell. They are absolutely out of this world. So we're excited for the depth of our team, and we're excited to see what we can do next year.
Matthew Tkachuck, our guest here on TMA. How's Wingmen going? That's the podcast that Matthew and Brady do. Pretty entertaining podcast. How are you boys enjoying doing it?
It's great. Well, we thought it'd be a great way to catch up one time a week because we never get to see each other during the year. And fuck, now he's traded to us.
Oh, no, you can't say that.
Oh, that's fine.
So you can say that on the podcast. Unfortunately, here the Federal Communication Commission is still banned
but
the
then
F
the
word.
McAfee show is kind of a gray area where they say stuff.
Yeah, no, we don't know the rules, Matthew, just as an FYI. So, fire pucks on net, brother.
No rules. There are no rules.
Amen.
There are no rules.
Yeah.
No, but we literally were like, this is crazy. Like, we never really get to, I mean, we FaceTime all the time, but like, but let's just do something fun. So we did it. And then look at us a year later, and now I'll be going over to his house to do live ones. So it's pretty funny how it works.
Well, in the history of this show, just so you know, Matthew, the first Tkachuck to call in, I believe, was your grandma because
that's right.
People were mad at your dad because he was wearing a Sox hat during the 2004 World Series, and we're like, for God's sakes, he's from Boston. And so then Grandma Tkachuck called in to scold everybody, and then before she hung up, she gave us a couple of wicked awesomes. She's straight out of Central Boston casting.
Nice. Yeah, I remember that. I remember like that was yesterday. I remember he was getting ripped for it, but it's like, come on. I mean, you guys got to lay off him and poor Nene.
Well, and since he's quit the Sox. I saw him the other day. He said, I'm done with this. I'm a Cardinal guy. Forget it. Oh
yeah. The Sox are no good right now, but that's all right.
Well, Matthew, we appreciate the time, man. Thank you so much. Congratulations. What a week for your family. I mean, this is an all-timer. What a year it's been. What a run it's been. And
then to be on this show to cap it off.
I mean, I guess you would say this is probably the cherry on top. This will be the most memorable part of the week, I would gather.
Yeah, no. Well, first of all, I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys having me. I'm actually at Caldi's over in Chesterfield right now. Pick up a little coffee because I'm heading down for a bachelor party this second at the Lake of the Ozarks. So wish me luck.
Jackson, you guys might cross paths.
Wow.
Look at that.
Wish me luck. Yeah, we'll be playing. I'll be playing beach volleyball at Coconuts in no time, I'm sure.
Enjoy the weekend. Congratulations to the Tkachuck family on a hell of a week, and thanks for your time this morning.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Talk soon.
All right, man. That's Matthew Tkachuck with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. We appreciate his time, and we appreciate Jackson with his finger on the dump button. Doug,
not once, twice, and it was getting stronger.
Yeah, as the time went on. I thought he was going to go with the C word when he described Doug's question. So Matthew Tkachuck with us here on the program. Doug, what a pure delight.
Really was.
Seems comfortable with a microphone.
Well, that Florida team's going to be tough to play against with two waves of Tkachucks coming at you. That's a lot of sandpaper with talent.
Oh, yeah. And again, we've talked a lot about it. If you're Brady Tkachuck, you go to win a cup next year with your brother in their prime. I thought it was more interesting, a little more detail on when the Blues had a shot at Matthew, that he was really open to it. And that, obviously it didn't work out. But at the time, he made sure that the Blues were one of those teams, and the Blues were in a better spot a couple of years ago, too. That was fun. Enjoyed that.
Yeah.
And now he's off to a bachelor party. Guy lives in South Beach, but he's spending the weekend at the Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, Jackson, I mean, he could be in South Florida right now. He's choosing to be at the Lake of the Ozarks. Does that change your view on the lake?
I like. How many times do I have to say it? I like the Lake of the Ozarks.
Would you get in the water?
No.
Why did the question?
He'll get in there.
Why didn't we ask Matthew if he's getting in the water?
That'd be the text him.
People who can party anywhere party at Party Cove.
Yeah.
And I might have put him up to the dirtbag question early on. I don't remember, but I might have.
No, I mean, it's tough but fair. I'm a renowned pervert. That's the brand.
Renowned.
That's how I put food on the table.
Okay.
The kids are eating porridge at night. Dad, are you a pervert? Yes, eat your food.
I am.
Eat your food.
The program doesn't just stop here, though, Doug. On the Polos Plus dossier, outside of the Matthew Tkachuck interview, and for those of you just joining us, it's 27 minutes with Matthew Tkachuck. Podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast, or just go to the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, now 7,010 subscribers, so you got your gold bullion yesterday. We also have, coming up at 8:30, Blues Chairman Tom Stillman going to be on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And then in the Stiefel studios, Jeff Suppan is going to be here for the entire Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. How about that?
Oh,
look at
fantastic.
that.
Yeah. It'll be great.
It's bordering on being a real presentation for one day.
Yeah, one day only.
Oh, I think one out of every 22 years we'll do a real show.
And this is the day.
This is it. This was the one.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Stillman to drop a couple F-bombs. Papers, be ready.
No, I'm ready.
So you can always get involved on the presentation. Text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service. Text inbox. Call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you're welcome to email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45. So Matthew Tkachuck right out of the gate. If you missed it, go back on YouTube and you can watch it or podcast it on the TMA STL app. That's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. And, of course, you're looking forward to what we have remaining on the Polos Plus dossier today with Tom Stillman at 8:30 and Jeff Suppan in studio from 9 to 10. And, of course, we'll also have the VIP Auto Accessories drops of the week and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Doug, if you take a look at this forecast, sweet mother of mercy, we're approaching the century mark next week, brother. If that air conditioning goes out, you best be ready. With Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, Martin, Doug, and I are all clients, and they're the longest-running sponsor on this show. Going back to 2016, we are fans of Seth Goldcamp's, and I worked with Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling just a couple days ago. DesignAirService.com is where you can sign up for the maintenance plan. Any issues you have, they will be out there quick, fast, and in a hurry. It's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, just for the record. High of 96 Sunday, 96 Monday, 98 Tuesday, 94 Wednesday, 92 Thursday, and 94 Friday. If you got an air conditioning issue next week, go to DesignAirService.com. That's DesignAirService.com. Your thoughts on what Matthew Tkachuck had to say. A significant development here on draft day that Blues fans probably aren't going to like hearing. We will have that for you. Tom Stillman at 8:30. Jeff Suppan in studio in the 9 o'clock hour, in addition to the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Stopped by Village Bar last night, got some food to go. Place was packed. People were getting ready to watch the U.S. men's soccer game. We'll be getting into that on this show. Place is always packed. People know all about the great food, and they've started to figure out that 1879 Distilling is made right in back at the barn in the parking lot. Such a cool structure. I had no idea until a few years ago. That's what they started, the distillery. And now these award-winning spirits are all around the region getting noticed because the Red Barn vodka, all the different flavors, picking up awards, as well as the 1879 rye, the bourbon, the dark Havana rum. And this summer, mix it up with some cocktails when your friends are coming over. Try something a little different. Stop by Village Bar. You can purchase it there. Or when that tasting room is open on Saturdays, noon to 5. It's really a cool spot. It's the blue building. They call it the General Store, connected to Village Bar. You can go in there, get some merchandise. They've got sweatshirts and hats and Village Bar, 1879. And then noon to 5. Talk it over with the folks there, taste the products, ask for it by name around town. 1879. These are great award-winning spirits made in back right there at the Village Bar in Des Peres.
For that cup I'd sell my soul. Nothing better than playoff time. In the NHL, you got to be primed. Come on, boys. Keep your head
Gotta keep your head on a swivel.
It's a nice tune.
For the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
Yeah, there it is. It's the Healthcare Evolution, 7 o'clock hour here on the Morning After. And the Lifetime Roofing lead today, Matthew Tkachuck joining the program right out of the gate for, Doug, I had it 26 minutes. And if you missed it, you can go back on the TMA STL YouTube channel and rewatch it, or just podcast via the TMA STL app. Matthew Tkachuck with us on the Polos Plus dossier to start the program. Tom Stillman going to be with us at 8:30. And then at 9 o'clock in the Stiefel studios will be Jeff Suppan, friend of the program, live right here in the studios from 9 to 10 o'clock in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour.
Going to be at Busch this week. There'll be a chance for fans to see him as well. I don't know the details, but we'll find out.
All right.
And he gets to see McGreevy pitch tonight. How about the way it worked out?
Yeah. With the rain out last night, he is pitching tonight. We've got a variety of things that would fit into the Lifetime Roofing lead if we didn't have Matthew Tkachuck with us right out of the gate. The Cardinals get rained out. The Blues are active per reports on making trades with these draft picks, with the draft getting underway this evening. And, of course, the U.S. and Doug Turkey playing last night in what was a dead rubber, and the U.S. losing 3-2. Can you imagine, though, if that game would have mattered and it would have ended that way? Yow.
I was thinking it's the most heartbreaking way to lose a game, and yet it didn't matter. So it was weird because there was this. I was at work, we're watching it, like, oh, no. And they're like, but it's okay. But they did play a lot of subs, and they had the backup goalie. But still, defensively, Doug, they weren't tight.
No. It was a nice win for the Crescent Stars of Turkey.
Yes.
Difficult loss for United States. Yay.
Yay?
Sick.
And every country gets a yay at the end of it, I guess. Fun game to watch. Both teams played well. A lot of offense.
Especially if you had the over of 3.5.
Yeah. Had one called back on an offsides. The rule I just despise.
And Pulisic played. And almost scored right away.
Yeah. He has a way of getting open and getting a lot of chances.
They put up his stats when he came in. He had 88 international appearances, 33 goals. I'm like, that's a pretty good ratio.
The U.S. will play Bosnia. That is official on Wednesday on the 2 Fox Martin, 7 o'clock, prime time.
7 o'clock next Wednesday. In St. Louis with the Bosnian population, that's going to be a massive town event, I would say.
For those of you who were downtown a couple of Saturdays ago, when the Bosnian team played a friendly against Panama, I was down there for the Cardinals and Reds game, and the city was overtaken by Bosnian fans for that game. So what are the chances? Here it is a couple of weeks later, and two teams will play on Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Doug, it's now knockout time. It's now knockout time. Now it gets real. For the record, the U.S. minus 400 to advance. So that is what the math is. They are heavy favorites. And last night they did not play their starters. 9 players who
different
normally
starters.
9 changes,
yeah.
including goalie.
And then scheduling-wise, so Wednesday, Bosnia, July 1st, 7 o'clock. If they advance around to 16, would be Monday, July 6th at 7 o'clock on Fox.
Right.
And then the quarters would be Friday, July 10th.
in L.A. Yeah, likely going to be Egypt versus South Korea in that game that is also played on Wednesday the 1st. So the winner of that would face the winner of Bosnia, U.S.
And what game is that? Egypt and who?
Egypt and South Korea is the likely situation.
And that's who the U.S. would play on the 6th,
Correct.
Monday,
The winner of
7
that.
p.m.
Yep.
And do you see then beyond that?
Yes, you would get likely Spain would be your best.
Doug, rain in
team.
Spain falls gently on the plane.
Yes, it does.
Your thoughts?
It'll be hard enough to get past Bosnia, yay. I think St. Louis still has the largest Bosnian population in America, maybe even outside Bosnia. And so for them to get a chance to play the United States, it's got to be the biggest opportunity for a huge party for them, maybe ever. sports related.
And they took over, the fans of Bosnia took over Seattle the other day. And then yesterday, I don't know if you guys saw any of the footage. Did you see the Netherlands?
Yeah, in Kansas
took
City.
over
KC.
all of Kansas City.
Big
with
lot of
their
orange.
Oh, my God.
And they spell orange with a J.
Oh, no.
Doug's going to have a problem with that. I'm
Stop
just
this.
warning you, Jackson.
Doug, it's the Netherlands, yay.
Yay, yes.
Bosnia,
Holland,
yay. Holland, yay.
Blues news here with Jeff Merrick reporting. Sources indicating the Blues offered a package that included multiple first-round picks to the Dallas Stars for Jason Robertson, but he is not interested in signing there.
Oh.
Jason Robertson, a target of the Blues. Kind of interesting considering where the Blues are on their timeline and where Jason Robertson is at this point in his career. So that report, again, sources indicating the Blues offered a package that included multiple first-round picks to the Dallas Stars for Jason Robertson, but he is not interested in signing there.
That hurts. He had 45 goals this last season for Dallas. One of the top players in the league.
And there was another report that Seattle, so he's going to be a restricted free agent next year, and apparently the Stars have let him talk, or his people let them talk to some other teams. Apparently Seattle offered him like 120, and he said no. But the fact that the Blues are aiming that high is pretty interesting, that they're trying to land a super, if it's accurate, trying to land a superstar of that. And you've got these picks, you've got some ability to wheel and deal, but boy, that would be a huge number to swallow for the Blues if you get. I mean, it'd be awesome if you can get it done.
Yeah.
I was texting with the Nonling. Doug, you know the Nonling. He was
Sure.
on this program
Yeah.
for a number of years with producer Joe. He was part of IBON, which stood for the International Brotherhood of Nitwits.
Yeah.
And he said, unpopular opinion, but it's kind of alarming. They engaged in talks for Robertson when there are still long-term questions about top 6 center and top 4 defense. If Dvorsky and Juracek and Lindstein don't pan out, Robertson doesn't help them. Also, it's hard to tell with that report if it was a complete no to St. Louis or if St. Louis didn't offer a big enough contract. Either way, the Blues are still a ways away from true contention as it stands today. Prime-age stars want to live and lose. Do prime-age stars want to live and lose in St. Louis? That's the Nonlings analysis.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with the part where it says he wouldn't help them. He would help any team. He's one of the top goal scorers in the league, and he's only 26. I think he'd help a lot. That doesn't mean they don't
You want to
have
fight the Nonling?
Doesn't mean they don't have questions on defense. They do.
I'll
But
text him to meet you out in the parking lot.
you can get a 26-year-old player in the prime of his career scoring 45 goals. I think he's going to help you.
Tell him good luck.
Was that Charlie doing caller Randy?
I think it was. I think that's a nice read.
Who would call all of TV stations, ask rapid fire questions about who you're having on your Sunday show, live or on tape, and then at the end, tell the Blues good luck.
Tell him good luck.
Tell them good luck.
I'm not going to. Stop it.
You never went down there and said, good luck, boys.
I never did. Not once. Probably should have.
Also, Mason McTavish of the Ducks and the possibility of that taking place. Jeremy Rutherford with a column on the Athletic. Blues GM Doug Armstrong and incoming GM Alexander Steen may have found another high-end early 20s player for their new core. The Blues are one of 2 teams involved in trade talks with the Ducks regarding Mason McTavish, according to the Athletic's Pierre LeBrun, who cited a league source granted anonymity so they could speak about a negotiation that's not public. The Rangers are the other team. JR writes, this makes a lot of sense for the Blues. They have been steadfast in their pursuit of players between 23 and 26 years old, bringing in Dylan Holloway and Philip Broberg from the Edmonton Oilers 2 years ago to help accelerate a retool featuring many promising draft picks. McTavish, who's 23, was the number 3 pick in 2021. He's a 6'1", 219-pound left shot center who can also play the wing in 304 NHL games. McTavish has 77 goals and 181 points. Across 75 games last season in Anaheim, he had 17 goals and 41 points. The Ducks finished 3rd in the Pacific with 92 points, reaching the playoffs for the first time in 8 seasons. During the season, veteran Michael Granlund took over what appeared to be McTavish's spot as the second-line center, and that pushed McTavish to the left wing. McTavish, who was in the first season of a 6-year $42 million contract, was a healthy scratch under Coach Joel Quenneville in the regular season and in the postseason. So
that would seem to be a red flag, wouldn't it?
his GM is the little ball of hate, Doug. That's
Yeah.
Pat Verbeek.
You're a healthy scratch in the playoffs? I see last 4 years he's been a minus 15, a minus 23, a minus 19.
So you're against this move?
Well,
What's the
I don't
cost?
Know, I don't know how it helps them that
what's the
much.
price?
Really, it seems to me they've got guys like that.
If you could play center, that would help. But I would say, what's the ask? What are you giving up?
Yeah.
Don't overpay. It'd be nice to get him. Don't overpay for him.
Yeah.
McTavish is Timu Kairu.
Is that builder's grade, Kyrie?
Yeah. That's Doug's tape measure. He was asked what he needs to do to get back into the lineup for the Ducks next season after they lost the Golden Knights. He said, round out my defensive game. That's probably a big thing. It kind of got better toward the end, and I think just foot speed, too. Maybe come in a little lighter. I haven't put too much thought into what my summer is going to look like yet, but obviously I think foot speed and maybe come in a little bit lighter, quicker, I think could go a long way. The little ball of hate, Pat Verbeek, who was their GM, said, if we were to critique Mason, it probably would be just more consistency from the night to night, which ultimately would lead to more ice time, which would mean to never getting healthy scratched. There's lots of pressures when new contracts come out on younger players, and so sometimes that can affect them in a negative way, whether the pressure is putting too much pressure on themselves, and I think that happens a lot, and it's very common. Next year there's nothing to worry about as far as contract. He can play a more free game on the ice and not worry about the pressure.
And did you say he's making like $7 million a year? He said
I'm going to come in a little lighter next year, too.
42.
6 year, $42 million. Was in the first season.
That's a lot of money to pay for a guy has only been a 20-goal scorer one time and is a healthy scratch on a team in the playoffs.
Look up McTavish's shootout highlights, Doug. That alone is worth $15 million AAV.
I don't know that it is. I don't know much about the guy, but I'm just looking at his numbers and everything. It would be a good guy to have, but I don't think you'd give up a whole lot to get him.
We already did the drama queen forward who can't play defense. Pass! That's from Tim's travel agent.
Okay.
Who cares? Let's talk about hedonism. That's from Jonathan Mardukas.
A lot of people,
not here.
soccer, now hockey. What is this, a sports show? It's sports adjacent.
The soft sapphic touch of the neighbor.
Oh,
It's a big,
the neighbor.
big
That would
sports
engage
day.
me if that was going on. So if you have that story, send it on in. 314-399-9646. Then you've got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gathered, and Doug got his gold bullion yesterday as we hit 7,000 subscribers on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Did you just give me a signal? Okay, I apologize. Tom Stillman's going to be with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 8:30. Jeff Suppan in studio in the entire 9 o'clock hour. Maybe he can vote on the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Wouldn't that be great?
It would be super. Yeah.
So he is going to be in studio with us. And then we've got a development here from the Cardinal rainout where they're not happy in Arizona about it. We will tell you what that is coming up on the other side of the break. They thought the Cardinals jobbed them yesterday. Doug will explain. That's next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update, and that's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The Cardinals game was rained out yesterday, postponed to July the 23rd against the Diamondbacks. The Cardinals are back in action this evening as they take on the Miami Marlins. That's going to be a 7:15 first pitch with Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
It's the Morning After 101 ESPN, joined by Matthew Tkachuck for 20. Doug, I had 26 and a half minutes.
Seems about right, yeah.
To start the program. That was the Lifetime Roofing lead today. That's Dustin McClendon in Lifetime Roofing online at lifetimeroofingstl.com. Tom Stillman is going to be with us at 8:30. And then in studio, Jeff Suppan for the entire Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. That's your Polos Plus dossier, which includes the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 9:45 and the VIP Auto Accessories drops of the week. Well, usually they're not happy in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat or the Air Comfort Service text inbox. But in this case, the Diamondbacks were not happy and not happy on the Twitter tweets. Did you see this, Doug, on what happened on the Twitter tweets?
I saw somebody complaining that the game wasn't moved up to the afternoon.
Paul Sewald, Diamondbacks closer, who unfortunately for the Cardinals, the Diamondbacks pulled when his body language screamed, I don't want to be out here, I can't get anybody out, 3 nights ago. And they did pull him and brought in a reliever who struck out J.J. Weatherholt on 4 pitches. Otherwise, I think the Cardinals win that game because Sewald had absolutely nothing. Well, he is their closer, and he was with the Mariners back in the day, traded to the Diamondbacks. He's one of those guys that if you have him in fantasy baseball, you know he's going to blow up every once in a while, lose the job, and then maybe get it back or maybe just be a middle reliever. Yesterday, he blew up on Twitter at the Cardinals and tweeted the following at 7:11 p.m. right after it was announced that the Cardinals and Diamondbacks game would be postponed and moved to July 24th for the makeup game, July 23rd, I apologize. Here is what he wrote. No, you're right. Thank you, Cardinals, for not moving our game up to this afternoon when we politely asked, given the whole world knew it was going to rain tonight. I actually was really hoping we could lose an off day and turn it into a 4-city road trip. Thumbs up emoji. That's Diamondbacks closer Paul Sewald tweeting at the Cardinals, unhappy with the postponement of the game, and that despite the polite request, the Cardinals did not move the game up earlier.
Knock it off,
You have
Susie.
a nice little attitude.
How does he know it was a polite request? Would you ask in a rude fashion? And what are all the fans supposed to do who bought tickets to go to a night game?
And the people who work at the stadium. I mean, in a like that's a good tweet if you're in the hillbilly community. Yeah. But when you're actually an active player and a veteran player, number one, it's just kind of one of those things you know better. That's like what you do when you're 22 and maybe you got a year in the league and you don't really have a lot of friends in the clubhouse, and the only way to interact is to tweet with your, quote, friends online and maybe get yourself some likes. But when you're 35 and you've made tens of millions of dollars, I'd be curious if I asked Paul, what was the upside there?
Right.
Just got it off his chest, I guess.
And he started with, no, you're right. So I started looking
no
for...
punctuation. Tribute to the 1380 the woman, 590 the man era.
Who was he responding? Because when he said, no, you're right, I thought, well, he must be responding. I couldn't find... It was just his tweet.
I think he's being cheeky.
I know, but it looked as if he was responding to someone. And my understanding is both teams weigh in on it, and then the league ultimately decide. So it's not as simple as the home team says, we want to play.
Right.
The league plays a role. The Diamondbacks weigh in. The Cardinals weigh in.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a lot easier to move an afternoon game to nighttime than a night game to afternoon time.
I would agree with that.
I would agree with that.
Probably.
Absolutely.
Right.
And you have to trust the forecast, which is tricky. You just look at a forecast and say, oh, it's definitely going to rain.
Right.
You got all those people involved in the TV broadcast of it all who may not be available.
Right.
They're planning on getting there at 4 o'clock instead of 11 a.m.
Right.
It was just dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Of all the things to complain about, you're getting on a chartered flight. You're going to go stay at the Ritz wherever they're going, to Miami or Texas, whatever. You're fine. Shut up.
Oh,
I mean, it's a dumb complaint because the weather's tricky, right? It wasn't that obvious
In the summer in particular, because these things, it was supposed to rain, and then they had an issue in New York. And who was it? Craig Counsell was pissed earlier this week that they canceled the game in New York, and then it wound up not raining. That's what can happen, in particular, with summer storms. Steven Time, Doug, you know him. He's with the Brothers Time. Okay. He says, we need a public caning for people who think anyone on social media cares what they think. That's from Steven Time. So he wants caning? That happened in North Korea, am I right?
Yeah. I think it's in Thailand. Maybe you'd be caning everybody, wouldn't you? Because anytime you say something on social media that's kind of your opinion, at least for the most part.
So it sounds like you want to find Steven Time and the non-ling today?
Yeah, I think they both missed the mark.
I might have to do an emergency pod during the morning after. I'm just going to go in the hallway, Chairman Kurt. I'm going to need to walk and talk and say these things need to be addressed. This Seawald guy and Turkey A, you're both on my list.
The Diamondbacks now will take on the Cardinals July 17th through the 19th in Arizona. Doug, then they're going to host the A's the 20th through the 22nd. They will fly from Phoenix. Is that Sky Harbor? Is that Sky Harbor
I
still?
think so, yeah.
To St. Louis for a 4:15 start in St. Louis after their day game in Phoenix. Then they will fly from St. Louis to play the Nationals for a Friday afternoon game. I don't really know what that's about on July 24th. I would imagine we might hear from Paul on that on the Twitter tweets. Then they fly from Washington on the 26th to play the Pirates on the 27th. Then they fly from Pittsburgh, where they get a day off in Cleveland, #blessed, and take on the Guardians before they then get to head back without a day off to take on the Padres for 4, then the Dodgers for 3.
Serves them right.
And the Rockies for 3. They will not have an off day at all until August 13th, and that means they have just one off day in between the start of the second half and August 13th. Paul Seawald is not happy.
So the greatest outcome in that makeup game is if Seawald blows the safe.
No,
if they have to play, they come here to play the game, they've got the lead, and he blows it.
3-2 in the ninth, and he gives up a walk-off.
But you can give Arnott another standing O because he gets to come back. He gets to come back one more game.
It does sound like a rough schedule, but he had a day off yesterday to spend it in rainy St. Louis.
Right.
What better way to spend your day off?
I agree.
That's why we need retractable roofs everywhere.
Not really an active guy. I'm going through, Martin, you go through the text history to figure out if we need to alert the Creve Coeur police about people. I go through the tweet history. He's not really an active Twitter tweeter. As a matter of fact, has only tweeted 4 times this year. One of them was a retweet of, it looks like, the families of the Diamondbacks players, a retweet of Doug's guy, Jeff Passan, and then the Vegas Golden Knights going back to the Stanley Cup Finals. I guess he's VGK. But he last time he actually tweeted his own words, Cade, Mother Lovin' Smith, Cleveland Guardians. Did that really just happen? That was May 22nd, 2025.
Oh, yeah.
And then he got active last night tweeting at the Cardinals for not moving the game up in the afternoon.
That's the one that got him.
Yep.
What's my Twitter handle? How do I sign? Clubby, can you help me out? I got to get signed in here. I'm locked out of my own account. I just got to get this off my chest.
Yeah. Yes. We're on the same age.
Let's see if we can get Bryce Harper on to get his thoughts. We get Matthew
He's not going to care about the rain out.
I had texted with somebody that works down there. Cousin John said, do you have any insight? Because his daughter was going to the game. And the folks with the Cardinals said, we're planning on getting it in. They thought it was going to happen.
Yeah, that's the rain forecast was for a little later. Like right at the end of the game is when they were thinking it was going to start really coming down. And then obviously that changed.
Well, he'll have to get over this.
Agreed.
Not a lot of people feel sorry for them flying
That's the thing.
first class, staying in 5-star hotels.
You don't look like the everyman because you're complaining about the baseball game that you play that you're not going to be able to play.
But if you're in that life, it is still an inconvenience and a long days.
No question, they are. That's their reality. I mean, hey, somebody makes a lot of money because they have an incredible talent and they worked their ass off when they were young. God bless them. I tip my cap. The success envy is quite a phenomenon. However, you also, I think, especially by being 35 or 36, have the awareness at that point to go, yeah, this is This is a zero upside play. What am I accomplishing here? You know, you guys can bitch about it in the clubhouse if you want. I mean, have at it if you want, but I have no idea what the hell a guy who really isn't active on social media decided to go after the Cardinals for something like they sabotaged it. You think the Cardinals you think the guys on the Cardinals or the organization wants to now play a game? You know, because for the Cardinals, they've got themselves, now they're in a spot where they lose that off day in July.
Right.
Cuts both ways.
I guarantee they much rather.
Because they're coming back from L.A. They're playing a day game in L.A. the day before on the 22nd. That was supposed to be an off day on the 23rd. And now you got a day game, which isn't what they want, on a Thursday afternoon in the middle of July against the Diamondbacks before a homestand. And the Cardinals don't have an off day for a while now in between the start of the second half. And they don't get an off day until August 6th. So it's not optimal. But what are you going to do?
Not much you can do. They got to make up a game with Milwaukee, too, that they lost to rain here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, five-game series in 4 days against the Brewers following the 4th of July weekend.
Retractable roof fixes it all.
Jackson's going to fight you now. Nonling's going to fight you. And Paul Sewald's going to fight you?
Probably so.
I worked down there for 7 years for the hospitality unit at Busch Stadium. I can promise you not one single person, Cardinals or our side, would have wanted that game to be postponed. That's hilarious. That's from the 314.
I don't remember exactly what it was doing at 7 o'clock at night. Was it raining downtown pretty hard?
It was weird because it was raining in like Soulard and Maryland Heights, and it was dry in West County. It was like pockets of rain all over. But then I would say at about 10 o'clock, it absolutely poured.
It was pouring, yeah.
So had they played, they could have gotten into a point where if it wasn't over, they could have gotten
It was
jammed.
raining pretty hard at about 6 o'clock.
That was kind of when it hit. And then there was a window.
Yeah, but I mean, it was off and on the whole night.
I get where Sewald is coming from. My men's fast-pitch softball game was also canceled. That's from the 314.
Yeah,
So this is a thing. It's kind of a
frustrating.
relatable.
You play once a week. You want to play.
Relatable thing.
Yeah.
You're welcome to text in at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service sponsors the text inbox. You can open up your YouTube app, type TMASTL, then you subscribe to the channel. Next thing you know, you're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with 232 friends who are in there talking to each other and watching the show, like Ted Gann and Dr. Xander Malanthrop and the Never-Ending Wipe. They're all in there talking to Gavin Gibbs and Gene Thomas. Get in there, see what the word is in the TMASTL YouTube channel. And, of course, you are also welcome to call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Tom Stillman going to join us coming up at 8:30 here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And at 9 o'clock for the entirety of the 9 o'clock hour, Cardinal World Series champion and friend of the program back in St. Louis for the weekend, Jeff Suppan, joining us in the Stiefel Studios. So there is your Polos Plus dossier here on The Morning After. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. It's Brown and Crouppen. They are local and they are the presenting sponsor of The Morning After. If you are in need of an attorney, make sure you are working with somebody who is local, who knows the local legal environment. That's Brown and Crouppen. Online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. They only get paid unless you get paid. It's Brown and Crouppen, 314-222-2222, or go online at getbc.com. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. It's 8:11 in St. Louis. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on The Morning After 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and making a great living, because then that is passed on to the customers. You can go online right now. You're going to get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Go to igotfloored.com. It's Michael's Flooring. Michael's Passions Flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That's incredible compensation in this industry for those of you who are looking to join Michael's Flooring. Go to igotfloored.com. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. They have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Dardenne Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Is this Nina 99 Luft balloons? Or is it 99 red balloons?
Luft.
Luft. Doug, do you prefer Luft or red?
Red, because I know what that means. What's a Luft balloon? L-U-F-T?
Ecuador got him. Didn't matter, though, because it was a dead rubber game for Germany, Doug.
Oh.
Take a listen to Ian Dark's call, though. You won't believe it when Ecuador shocked the world in the dead rubber between Ecuador and, do you call it Deutschland?
I sometimes.
Germany.
Luft is a German noun that translates to air in English. Okay, air. Okay. Now, what was your little problem?
No, we don't have a problem. We have excitement in Ecuador making the knockout round.
Okay.
You want the call of them taking the lead or the call of them winning?
Doug, you got a Sadie Hawkins here.
I'm going to play both.
Both of them.
Here's Ecuador taking the lead.
Okay, let's hear it.
Against Germany.
Under the crossbar. And it's been deflected in as well. They've got the goal. It's Plata. How big is that for Ecuador? Wow.
And then here's them moving on to the knockout stage.
Welcome along. If you're just joining us from the other game, the final whistle goes here, and Ecuador are into the round of 32. Back from the brink. An act of escapology. A winner from Gonzalo Plata has taken Ecuador into the knockout rounds against the odds, against all probability. They beat Germany. They had to beat Germany. They have beaten Germany. They are through. Tears of emotion. A game drenched in drama, Landon.
You got a hint of Robin Leach, and
He's so good.
I like when he
so
says,
good.
firecracker.
Indark's so good.
Germany's on too.
Yeah. But big for Ecuador.
Yeah, Germany had won their first 2 games. Mm-hmm. It's Curacao that's out. Curacao.
Yeah, Curacao.
I think the names of these players, too. It's the goalie, that Vozinha, and then Plata, Lamine Yamal. They all just they sound like made-up soccer names. Perfect. Doug, I'm into it. Loving it. Can't wait. Are we coming to your house on Wednesday?
My favorite soccer name was Kaká.
Yeah?
Remember him?
He came to America after
He was a
his
big star.
illustrious career. Yeah.
Paper's kind of a closet soccer guy. I didn't know that.
I'm a very elementary level. But I do enjoy it, especially the World Cup. And with the expanded field, you get more of these countries in there. Like, it's cool that Scotland's in there. There was Ireland was going right until the end for qualifying. Jamaica, too.
It's shocking that Italy is not in the 48.
They didn't even make the cut.
Got nicked by Bosnia, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Doug, they're not happy with me.
Okay.
In the Air Comfort Service text inbox, where you can express your distaste for me, for the program, for any of us, really, or for other listeners. 314-399-9646. Doug, this is the 6-1 hate.
Okay.
I only needed 30 seconds of your Matthew Tkachuck interview. Matthew Tkachuck with us at 7 o'clock right out of the gate. You can go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast or on the TM STL YouTube channel. I only needed 30 seconds of your Matthew Tkachuck interview to know you cucks were going to just play slap and tickle with the worthless Tkachuck. He hates St. Louis and doesn't want to play here. Do better or retire, Tim. I only needed 30 seconds of your Matthew Tkachuck interview to know you cucks were going to just play slap and tickle with the worthless Tkachuck. He hates St. Louis and doesn't want to play here. Do better or retire, Tim. Tim, you are just a cuck, bitch.
Oh,
Meeting this town soft.
I need less than 30 seconds to suspend him.
Yeah.
Who was it, Tim?
I think you're going to know his work.
That's the 6-1 hate.
6-1 Hate has been suspended for his commentary, suspended a period of 2 days' time, and we're going to hit him with a 15% tariff.
I don't know if there's a lot of net worth to tap in there, but, I guess we'll get him.
We're going to freeze his assets.
Ooh. Also probably going to be a short process.
okay. Little Chapter 11 action.
Is that where you're going?
I can ramp it up. Should he text in again?
That's the thing. You don't want to give too heavy a suspension at the beginning in case there's a second offense.
Absolutely true. Yeah, I could still put a letter in his file.
Now they're not happy with Jackson.
Oh, about time.
Stop pretending to like soccer, Jackson. That was said with caps.
What's wrong with everybody?
You're like the CEOs when it comes to going to church. You only care every 4 years about the beautiful game, you loser. I have to tell you, the part that I'm intrigued by the most is you're like the CEOs when it comes to going to church. What was that?
I guess like on Easter or something.
But what does it have to do with being a CEO?
I don't know. I'm trying to. I'd like a follow up there.
So like a CEO shows up at the big holidays at church because he's a leader in the community. He's got to be seen at the big ones?
I guess. I do have an executive aura about me, so I appreciate that, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with that. Doug, you're C-suite material, too.
Huh. An executive
But what I noted,
aura.
your soccer knowledge, when you said that Kaká showed up playing in the like that was beyond. I know, but that was beyond World Cup knowledge.
I guess, but and I'm not saying this to criticize you, but like Martin's saying, like Jackson's like a big soccer guy. Like I'm a baseline.
No, but I'm not saying you're Bill McDermott's long lost son, but throughout this World Cup, you've had a decent take or.
Yeah, he's been giving us plays and winners. What was our play yesterday, Papers?
Oh, Japan and Sweden, both teams to score. Bingo.
This guy's just a sharp.
Bingo.
That's your goal call?
Yeah.
Moody and dark?
Yeah.
But you were more into soccer than I appreciate. Than I realized.
Yes,
I'm not saying Taylor Twellman's job is in jeopardy because you've got hot takes on the beautiful game.
I mean, this gets back to the conundrum we've talked about ad nauseum on the show of like, if you talk soccer, you're either not smart enough for the guys who go crazy over it, and you're talking, any talk of it is too much for the guys who despise it. There is a very small middle ground there.
We're trying to thread that needle.
That's all I do is try to thread that needle.
Okay, we've gotten like 20 texts saying CEO is not your chief executive officer. That means Christmas and Easter only.
Oh, okay. Fooled me. My people celebrate on Saturday.
So I've heard the creaster term.
Well, what's that mean?
That you show up at Christmas and Easter.
Right.
To church. Creaster. I had not heard CEO. Christmas, Easter only.
Right.
But again...
Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur for me.
But again, all of this is, we're not allowed to talk about soccer.
That's right.
Would you like to apologize, Papers?
No, absolutely not. Conor McGregor, I'd like to apologize to absolutely no one.
Oh. Okay. Norman Dale.
What did he say?
I apologize for nothing.
Oh, that's right, at the City Hall meeting.
Yeah, and then Jimmy Chitwood, who Jackson calls a bad teammate, came in.
That was a dangerous take all these years later.
The Chitwood look at me moment. One of many.
He just wanted the ball.
Sure, of course.
And you're still mad that the skipper wore 10 and that Jimmy Chitwood was
mad is the wrong word.
All right.
I just thought...
Slightly bothered.
I think Ollie does it right with 37, not necessarily... Although Jeff Suppan's number...
in studio here in 40 minutes.
Yeah, I wonder if he's sideways with Ollie for wearing the 37.
Could be awkward. All right, so I'm going to read it again now that we know what CEO means.
Okay, let's go back.
Stop pretending to like soccer, Jackson. Now, that was yelled at us because it was in caps. Then it went lowercase. You're like the CEOs when it comes to going to church. You only care every 4 years about the beautiful game, you loser.
Okay.
So CEOs, now that we know
makes
it means
more sense.
Christmas and Easter only.
Okay.
Got it. So this person is passionate about his faith and is living it out by texting into the presentation and calling Jackson a loser because he's not passionate about soccer.
He sounds like an Illinois whale.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Mm-hmm.
I do like soccer, but I wouldn't say like I go crazy over it. But
do you have any City Red?
Yeah, I do. Around the World Cup, though, then the Euros and some Champions League stuff, I enjoy watching it. But to say I'm like a super fan would be incorrect. To say I'm not a fan at all would also be incorrect.
Good morning. I hate the textures of this show. That's from a month of Sundays.
Okay.
It is amazing. A couple of people I talked to at the Cardinal game on Wednesday night. I said, they was like, hey, we listened to the show. And I said, do you text? And two of them said, I would never do that.
Yeah.
Like they just don't want any part of it. Don't want to jump in there. Best use of their religious beliefs, I would say, would be Grandma Tkachuck praying to St. Anthony that Big Walt gets into the hall.
I thought St. Anthony was the patron saint of lost items. I really did.
St. Anthony?
But I think she was saying Walter was lost and he needed to be found by the hall.
Is that what you think it was?
That's what I think.
It's usually when I lose my keys.
Tony, look around. Something's lost. It must be found.
Tony, look around. Something's lost. It must be found.
Is that Deuteronomy?
I'm reading right here that St. Anthony is the patron saint of lost items and things.
Right, but she was trying to say he needed to be found by the hall.
He's also the patron of the poor, travelers, sailors, and the elderly.
And had those prayers not been answered, Grandma Tkachuck probably calls up to Toronto and just MFs him on the phone.
Well, someone needs to hear about it. And this was the same grandmother who called into the program when people were ripping on Keith toward wearing the sock hat.
Yeah, that was a.
She's central casting, Boston.
Yeah.
Didn't she work on the docks?
I think she still does.
Still does.
I think.
Well, hopefully the family can start to accumulate some money.
Yeah.
And the even better part, so that Walt made however tens of millions. The boys are going to make hundreds of millions, into the hundreds. And then their agent is their uncle.
Right.
So he's getting the slice, too.
But they're still waiting to.
And that's when Big Walt's like, yeah, try to stay out of it. I didn't want the agent. I'm like, the agent is his wife's brother. So, like, it'd be hard not to hear a thing or two around the house.
You boys know there legitimately are some sads out there currently pissed about that Matthew Tkachuck interview, so much so that the deep-fried ravioli and Provel cheese sweats may include cardiac arrest this morning. Now, excuse me while I go to Mass this morning, so I have a better excuse to be an a-hole to people.
No.
Doug, that's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
That's fair.
Yeah, it is Carlos Spicy Wiener. If I was giving out a text of the day, you'd be getting it.
Why would they be upset with the interview?
I guess they wanted us to scream at Matthew.
He needs to be berated because he and his brother are not playing here.
I see. Okay. Well, that wouldn't have made a lot of sense to do that.
No.
And that's because the media in this town is soft?
So very soft, and no one's willing to put a finger in the chest.
We will have Tom Stillman with us at 8:30.
He's going to hold us accountable.
He's going to hold us accountable. Jeff Suppan in studio at 9 o'clock. And, of course, we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up at 9:45. We also have the VIP Auto Accessories. We have the VIP Auto Accessories drops of the week. I was texting last night with John Bradley of the Appliance Discounters, Doug. Finally got to get a refrigerator. It just has to happen. We just have to do it. We just have to do it.
That ice maker is the key.
I'm telling you. So John and I were texting last night. You just shipped the 6-1 hate into the Appliance Discounters suspension log. You'll TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now, you know why they are called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings. Locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 area locations in Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. The program's called TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines the owner of the St. Louis Blues, Tom Stillman, with us here on the Morning After. Tom, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We are wonderful. Thank you so much for taking time out of your morning to join us on a day that is incredibly exciting for Blues fans, and I would imagine it's also incredibly exciting for you. How do you feel about what is to come here over the next few hours?
It's an anxious time. It's especially the way the NHL works. It's very much hits and starts, and most things happen, at the last minute at the deadline. So it gets you on edge a bit.
What's your line of communication, even over the last couple of days with Doug or Alex, just about options, possibilities? How does that line of communication work?
We talk, frequently during these times. So, I'm mostly on the phone, sometimes in person. So it's pretty frequent at this point.
Kind of historic, too, with the 4 picks tonight. I mean, I think there's an expectation you guys will be making some kind of deal. But, I don't know that you've ever been in a position like this where you can kind of wheel and deal.
Yeah, not to this degree. I mean, we've, a few years ago had 3 picks in the first round, but not this high, and we didn't get to 4, and Doug has said, he's put out word, give us a call, we're looking at options. So, it should be interesting. It's frustrating that so much gets pushed to the last minute, but that's kind of the nature of things at draft time. The thing you can't forget is that even after the draft, all that doesn't go away. Whether you have picks now, we'll have, even if we ended up taking all those picks, we'd have, a lot of top prospects that can serve the same purpose. So, but, this is obviously a forcing event tonight.
How closely are you able to follow all the draft prospects to know who you'd like to see drafted? I mean, it's got to be hard to do.
Well, sometimes, why do we have all those 25 scouts? I got this. I keep telling them.
Yeah, I got this.
I know. That's my common dad joke. Everybody, okay, the old man made a joke. That's great. Obviously, I don't have I have passing, knowledge compared to what the scouts have, and through the whole organization with Tony Felton and then Alex and Doug. I mean, these guys, they live it, and they've been watching some of these prospects for years. And then, they go to bat for the ones that they think are deserving of that, and we should be after, and they all hash it out. So, I'm kind of a latecomer as the draft's approaching, and I'm reading all the prospect descriptions and the mock drafts and the ratings of, Craig Button and all the others, just so you have some familiarity with them.
Tom, how would you categorize the current state of the franchise? I think a year ago we thought, okay, after that great run just to get in against Winnipeg, maybe a little bit ahead in terms of this resetting or whatever we labeled it with Army, and then maybe last year was a step back. Where do you think you are right now in terms of becoming a contender?
We had the hiccup. I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. We had a bad season. We didn't do what we should have done last year. I don't, so the progression line took a sideways angle there, and I don't think it changed, the overall trajectory that much. We still, we have that core, and we're still on the same course of trying to add younger players. We still have the big bump of adding Broberg and Holloway. So, it's kind of a sideways year, but I think we continue on that trajectory.
If you're able to trade up and get into that top 5 or 6 or whatever, or make one of these deals, there's a lot of stuff flying around that's reported. I'm not going to comment specifically, but do you feel at this time I don't know if it's a need or if it'd be helpful to add some star power, whether that's a high pick or a name player that may be on the market? Do you feel you need to add a star at this moment?
I don't know. I don't know if you're going to say you need to add a star because that can have effects around the rest of the lineup. I think that I know I'm confident that Doug and Alex are going to take everything into consideration and do the things that are best, not only for the long term, but if we can do something that gives us a bump, right now without waiting, for prospects to develop for a few years, that they'll do that if it makes sense.
Yeah, it has to be an interesting spot to be in where you want to win right now, but at the same time you got to have patience with all the young players, and I'm sure has a major impact on you as the owner.
And you don't want to go out, there's a star out there and he's 34. That doesn't make sense. So whatever you do, you want to continue the process of building toward being a true contender without, blowing something this year and then having, say, a player by the time we really can be a contender, isn't going to be that much in the mix.
Yeah, it would have to be somebody in their mid-20s that were, the Dallas guy that's in play. We don't, again, not get into specifics, a lot of stuff flying around. How about dollars-wise, Tom, with the caps going up significantly? How much of a challenge is that for the Blues organization?
It's a challenge because we're not, our market isn't the size of a lot of the markets in the league, and those teams, Toronto and the Rangers and all, they're always pulling the cap up, and we're chained to that bumper. So we've got to keep up, which means we have to be creative in finding revenue sources so that we can keep up and remain competitive. And, Chris Zimmerman and, the business side are, never stop trying to come up with, ideas to do that.
Tom Stillman, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. One of the biggest topics affecting sports business over the last couple of years is television and the rights and the regional sports networks. What would you characterize the situation for the Blues as of this moment, and then how it's impacted the business?
Well, how it impacts the business is that ultimately our revenue on the local media line will be down some from, what it was and what it would have been under, the agreement we entered into with, what became Main Street Sports. We're thinking we're not going to take the extent of a cut that, you've read about with some Major League Baseball teams and others. This is, it's been a good hockey media market. We've always been in the top 4 in the U.S. We're in rating, but we're gonna take something of a hit, and we're coming close to finalizing exactly what that is going to look like. Where you'll be able to see games this year, but I can tell you that people will be able to see games. We will be out there and available. It may take one form. It may take it may take multiple forms, but we'll be available.
You going to be able to keep ticket prices about the same, or should we expect an increase there?
Well, we're already out with ticket prices, because we started selling season tickets some months ago, and those raises were pretty moderate, but I don't. There is no way that we can keep ticket prices the same as we go forward. We have just standard costs, just like everybody else, that are rising, and then you can see the cap. So it's just not reasonable to think, well, we can just keep our prices the same on everything, and yet keep up and put a competitive team on the ice. So that's just the reality of business, really any business these days, but particularly in sports with a cap that keeps rising.
What's been the biggest challenge? It's you took over as primary owner here. There's been a lot of highs, a lot of fun, but since you took over, what's been the biggest challenge for you owning the Blues?
Well, I'd say it's mostly been great. It's been, a lot of fun to be a part of, and a lot of hard work. I guess initially, when we took over, the franchise was really not in good shape financially and otherwise. I don't think the extent of that was known at the time. Really the league was sort of in charge. But so it was that initial part of straightening things out, and we went through layoffs and reorganizing how we do things. And then I guess on a continuing basis, obviously COVID was a challenge, especially with the long periods of uncertainty. This television thing's been difficult, but I guess overall it is, what I described earlier. You're not in a large market. You're in one of the medium-sized markets in the country. The big market teams are pulling the cap up higher and higher, and we got to keep up.
It sounds like the league's healthy. The league's talking about going to Austin or Houston. Is that all but certain?
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't say anything's all but certain, but it seems like Gary is definitely sounding more intent on expansion. It has looked for some time like we'd be going that direction. That's another process that'll go in fits and starts, I imagine. But I think it'll happen. And I think the league overall is very healthy. When we first got in the league, back then there were every year there were one or two franchises that were teetering or insolvent or whatever, and you just don't. That's just not the case these days.
Yeah. Well, would you say the Blues franchise is extremely healthy at this point?
I think we're very healthy. Yeah.
Yeah, the fans certainly have stuck with you. That building's jam-packed every night, isn't it?
The fans have been fantastic. They've been loyal. They keep coming. We stumbled last year. They kept coming, and we never forget that. We're grateful for that. And that's part of what motivates us to try to get better and be more competitive on the ice and return to contention.
NHL draft starts at 6 o'clock tonight, and the Blues with those 4 first-round picks as of right now, 11, 15, 16, and 29. Tom, what's your vantage point tonight? You in the, quote, war room with Doug and Alex as this is all playing out?
Yeah, I'll be kind of on the edges of that. I don't want to get too close, so I'm getting, interrupting lines of communication, but I'm there when there's something maybe more significant that we need to talk about.
And there's been a lot of movement this week throughout the league. The Blackhawks trading a pick, and big-time trades, and even you guys moving Kyrou was, pretty big NHL story. How would you summarize the Jordan career? He had a 10-year run overall, I guess, with the Blues. And I guess anytime you trade a name player, you're probably involved at some level.
Yeah, he's he's a good young man, and he's a heck of a hockey player. And I hope he does really well. Tough to see a good player go like that. Like I think Doug has said publicly, it's probably good for both sides at this point. But he's a heck of a player.
Tom Stillman, the Blues chairman, with us. Draft night, NHL and 101 ESPN will be all over it as well. And Tom, appreciate your time.
Yeah, Tom, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Fired up to see what takes place here over the next few hours.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting, not just night, but probably the whole day. So thanks very much for having me on.
Thank you, Tom. That's Tom Stillman, owner of the St. Louis Blues, with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective on draft day, the health of the franchise, his gratitude to the fan base, and more business news with the St. Louis Blues. Your thoughts are welcome at 314-399-9646. You can open up your YouTube app, talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and of course, you're always welcome to call in to our Callier and Thompson phone lines and talk it over as well. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier, Jeff Suppan in studio for the 9 o'clock hour, the entire 9 o'clock hour. If you want to podcast, Matthew Tkachuck was with us for the first 25, 26 minutes of the show. You can do that on YouTube, on the TMA STL YouTube channel, or the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That is all available for you as well. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
Well, kind of a gloomy, rainy start to this Friday. Fun time to think about going to the beach somewhere down in Florida. You can do that by going online at flymidamerica.com. Mid-America's St. Louis Airport over there in Muscuda, Illinois. Folks have started to figure this out. You get a great deal on the flight with Allegiant, whether you're going to Orlando or Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale, wherever you're headed. Get a great flight and the convenience of nonstop and at that airport. It's simple. You park in front, get inside, get to the gate. Typically, it's about 20 minutes from car to gate. That's unheard of these days when you're talking about air travel, all part of the great convenience at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Those flights, again, at flymidamerica.com. That's the website where you can book the flight. If you're going out to Vegas, want to put something on the calendar, maybe a fall trip, late summer, get on there. Gulf Shores, South Carolina, all these great spots. One location, Muscuda, Illinois. Not too far from downtown St. Louis. The convenience is unbelievable. Check it out for yourself. Book those flights at flymidamerica.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. This just in, the New York Mets have fired manager Carlos Mendoza today, with the club starting a 34-47 start for the Mets. Carlos Mendoza out in New York. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
You like Night Ranger?
Sure.
Like Boogie Nights?
Sure.
Okay. Jackson, why are we playing Night Ranger? Sister Christian 84?
Well, he just played 99 Luft Balloons as well.
Oh, you got a theme.
It's Paul Thomas Anderson's birthday.
PTA, they call him in the industry.
Oh,
Married to Maya Rudolph?
Is that right?
Correct.
Think about that.
I don't want to.
All right, think about the VIP Auto Accessories drops of the week, because we're about to enjoy those. Jackson Burkett prepares those for you every Friday right around this time, and Tommy Cibulka and Brian Grigg can prepare your vehicle or your fleet of vehicles. Go to VIPAutoAccessories.com, because they take care of everything. They're a one-stop shop in business in St. Louis since 1979. VIPAutoAccessories.com. VIP Auto Accessories makes single-source automotive solutions for your business a reality. And this includes the upfits, graphics, and ongoing maintenance. VIP Auto Accessories pride themselves on short turnarounds. Their large facility and skilled techs minimize the downtime for your vehicles. VIP will keep your fleets on the streets longer, allowing you to generate more business. Everything is done in-house. VIP does not sub out. 4 departments under one roof. In addition to commercial upfits, you have graphic solutions, hail repair and touch-up, and aftermarket. Window tints are big on the retail side. I just got that done with my car. Recommend you get it done with yours. For all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Cibulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessory needs, ask for Brian Grigg and tell him TMA sent you. VIPAutoAccessories.com, sponsor of our Drops of the Week.
Morning After.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Put that off. Put that off. Put that off. Put that off.
Flip that off.
Don't judge my girth.
Send me stuff.
Do they skew heavy in Cottleville?
Am I a broke fatty?
Just so dense and thick.
Anytime I can be in the proximity of Doug Vaughn is a good day.
You'd think it would be rather awkward to have a son who's your coital hype man.
I was talking to, I think, Christina Melandro one time. She played Felicia on General Hospital.
How dare you, Iggy?
Well, we learned something here today, fellas.
So we can go home?
You advise Doug close his club face to really try to just get that ball out of there and maybe let it trundle a bit?
Yeah.
Little things like that irritate me, Kyle.
I know they do. I understand.
You think there are a lot of wives that are encouraging their husbands to find a sugar mama?
Crusoe knows where all the dead bodies are.
But you're thinking of reasons why you can't do it instead of how you can do it.
That's right.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, 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 down, drop, drop. Get it.
How about that, Doug?
The Strode program is really leaking into our Drops of the Week.
TMA Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, it's part of the family. It's kind of like Ant-Man.
Like the Michelob family of beers.
That's right.
We're the TMA family of shows.
That's right.
That's right. Movie Boy, of course.
Yeah.
The George Washington.
Maybe the black sheep of the family.
Oh, no.
Well,
You pre-revenue?
aggressively.
Jeff Suppan is going to join us in studio. I believe he's already in the building, Doug.
Oh, fabulous.
That's next in the Polos Plus dossier. The Cardinal legend and friend of the program is going to be in studio for all of the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Looking forward to that. Cannot wait. The 7 o'clock hour had Matthew Tkachuck with us for a half hour, and we recommend you go back and podcast that. Tom Stillman with us in the 8 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. That 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Healthcare Evolution, online at healthcare-evolution.com. When you see Jackson Burkett's hair, know that Healthcare Evolution has played a major role in the resurgence of Jackson's follicles. If you're dealing with nagging injuries and have pain that won't go away, long wait to see your doctor. If you said yes to any of these, Healthcare Evolution, the people you need to call. They're online at healthcare-evolution.com. They offer free consultations over the phone. That's right, it's free. Real answers, same-day pain relief provided by Healthcare Evolution. I know this firsthand as they help me with my shoulder issues as well as numerous people I know, including both Doug and Jackson. Shoulders, knees, back. If you have pain that won't go away anywhere in your body, Healthcare Evolution most likely can provide you with some real answers. Free consultation over the phone and 70% off your in-person consultation when you let them know you are a TMA listener. That's healthcare-evolution.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett. And coming up in the next segment, Jeff Suppan in the Stiefel Studios. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Back, it is the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt standing by for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today and your phone calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines as we get things going here in the Marcan Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Doug, if you look on your right, you might notice Jeff Suppan is standing right next to you here in the studio.
Wow. Great to see you. Yeah. This is unbelievable. It's like a dream come true.
Winning the World Series is one thing.
I mean, I've heard you guys on the radio. I've been on the show, and then you got the pressure of putting all the every day on me. I got to call in. Now I'm sitting here with all of you, Chairman Kurt. Yep. I mean, like, Navy. I almost went out and bought a Navy hat.
Oh, wow. What a message that would have sent to the organization. That would have sent a real message.
Did you keep some of the hats and jerseys for every place?
For sure. What do you got? What's your most prized merch piece?
I have every champagne bottle that we popped. I have a whole screen, and then I bought everybody these this was before it was cool to wear the big goggles when you pop champagne. And so I got the swimming goggles. So I have a whole display case on that. I have my last jersey I ever pitched in and the shoes. And I just collected stuff that was like, you know, more personal, like, you know, something that you're not just going to find everywhere. I have dirt from Fenway Park, the very... grass from Fenway, my first start. I have Tiger Stadium. I started that game, the last game there, and I have dirt. So stuff
You're
like
kind of a klepto. You just take something. Look around here. We're going to be missing a pair of scissors.
I'm taking this mic right here. This is really nice.
So you're back in town. You're going to be appearing tonight too, right? You're at the old ball. And then he told me before he came on, he said, I'm cheating on you guys. I think he's doing the KMOX post-game show tonight.
Yeah, is that right? You guys
live at Lowe's.
It hurts a little bit. Sorry, you do what you have to do.
Hey, you know what? Every once in a while,
it's been a struggle for you.
Well, thanks for understanding.
Well, I'm trying.
Doug is supportive.
I'm looking at this 2010 with Milwaukee. You had an ERA of 7.84. What the hell, man?
You know what?
What in the world? What is going on here?
Right there, right there. You know what's funny about that one is that when I got a call from the Cardinals, and they're like, "Hey, we want you back. You know, Dunk thinks he can help you," and it was a total flip of the script. I came over here, and they started me because they had moved me to the bullpen there, and I had a 3.7 ERA here in St. Louis.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
And I had a 7.3 in Milwaukee. But to be honest with you, the decline in skill, that's a real thing.
Really?
Yes, and you know, when you're like you're humping up and you're getting it 88, you know, which used to be the average fastball in the big leagues, and then because before I could throw 92, but I could take a little bit off and throw 88. Now I'm like, trying to throw as hard as I can 88, but. I had first rib pop up. I had all these things. I had a torn oblique. I had all these things that were just accumulating, and it was affecting performance.
I can see where it sounds like an excuse to me.
Were you one of those
You
fans?
did your best. You did your best.
Wow. What an awkward beginning.
Yeah, Doug comes out loaded
circle
for
back around.
Do you know, Soup, that Doug Vaughn here hit a home run off of Tom Seaver? How about that?
It was just a little charity thing. It wasn't a game action. It was just a charity thing.
Don't sell yourself short.
Well,
okay.
The ball must have traveled about 250 feet is all. It was not
where was this at?
It was when I was in Miami.
Evans Field or where?
No, it was just a softball field in Miami. I was working in Miami. He was making a tour of the country.
So it was a softball game?
Well, he was throwing baseballs.
Okay. But on a softball field?
On a softball field.
Okay,
So
all right. I love it. No, I mean, you know what? If it goes over the fence, it's a home run.
I counted it. Yeah, I ran around the bases dressed in in an Oxford shirt and khaki pants.
Did you show him?
Tried to a little bit. Tried to a little bit.
You probably would have got 20,000 volts. Right?
That's what he said. That's what he said to me later.
Yeah, next time. Mm-hmm. That's awesome, though. Hey.
Home run of Tom Seaver from this guy.
I mean, that's pretty big time.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It wasn't much really at the time.
That's a good color on you, by the way. I like that.
Look at that.
Everything you see here is for sale.
It's for sale. When's the last time you were in town? You hear about it once a year with Cardinals stuff? Or?
I would say so. Maybe once every other year. Or once every 3 years. I don't really know. But it's like whenever the 04, 06 stuff happens, that's usually when I come in. I would love to come in more. So it feels like it's more often, every couple of years. So
where were your haunts, your hangouts when you lived here for 3 years? You lived in Clayton.
Lived in Clayton. So we talked. Jay McGraw's was a little bar restaurant right down my street. I loved it.
Yeah, I like that Jay McGraw's.
Oh my gosh! And so that was basically game day. Pick up my sandwich and eat it, and then have a few beers after the game from time to time. And then that. We talked about this before, that Vincenzo's, or it was that Italian place.
Oh,
that was right on not Ladue Road, but it was that when you get off of Ladue at 170, you make a right. I forgot what that road was.
Towards Clay was on the corner, had the oven fried pizza. It was not. We figured that we workshopped this one day, and I can't remember what the answer was.
So that was the spot, and then I would go to the what was that fancy place? Where
Jackson.
Napoli.
Cafe Napa.
Sure. When in doubt, go to Jackson.
That is legit.
This guy is old money, Soup. He's old money.
And then he certainly knows my favorite place of all time.
What's that?
Favorite place of all time. Google it. It has a bone-in filet. And it's in Chesterfield.
Oh, Andy Gunn's.
Andy Gunn's. Love that place.
Andy Gunn's.
And that was a Woody Wood recommendation. And I loved it. And then there was this Mexican place. It was like off of Manchester.
Was it Hacienda, the old big
courtyard?
I think it was huge.
Hacienda.
So you have the chips, and then
Hacienda. It just shut down like a few months ago.
But if you want to go to lunch, we could run out to Andy Gunn's, you and me, if you want to grab me some lunch. I mean, we could, we could do that.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
A little bone.
I like a heavy lunch.
As a Cardinal player, did you get comped at all these places? They said,
there's Jeff Suppan. Thank you for 2004. Thank you for 2005. Thank you for 2006. Here's a meal.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. But I mean, they may have. You know what I mean? You know, they're in business though. They didn't have. They're in business to make that. I didn't expect that, certainly. But
we do. Media types. Like, we never accomplished anything of any nature, anything notable like you guys did, but we're always open to a free meal.
Well, I always used to see. I used to see you guys sneaking in the locker room in between innings, grabbing some food.
Wouldn't we?
Yeah. And then, come on. I go, okay, go ahead. I'm not going to say anything.
When you were playing, I remember the hideout for you guys to avoid us, but I don't really remember you playing this. I feel like this might be an Isringhausen thing, and he listens to the program. He might text me on this. Golden Tee, the Golden Tee machine was part of the hideout.
Yes, I never played Golden Tee. I was never a video game guy. The last game I was Super Mario Brothers, and I was good at it, I'll be honest. And I knew that secret trick on level 3 where you hit and you get all the lives.
You get all the lives on level 3.
Yeah, I think so. Did you know that, Doug?
No, I don't play that. No,
he's more of an
Jackson,
Atari
did
guy.
You know that? Yeah, there is that little thing, and we read that in a magazine, right? Like,
that's where you would find the secrets for the games.
Yes,
for
right.
Is that a hack? Zelda, Doug?
Is that called a hack?
I think it's a hack.
It was a hack.
Like, Zelda was a big game. But, I mean, I didn't really play Golden Tee. All those guys loved it. And we watched. I mean, it was a fun thing, and that's where most guys played. And Izzy was very good.
He was
He was one of the pros at it, for sure. Although everything he did, he was pretty good at. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, he's a pretty talented guy. And but I never did that one.
Yeah.
And I never really hid.
Yeah, you weren't a hider. You weren't a hider. You were always good with it.
Yes.
Was it ever difficult to? I can't even think of what the start would be, but you were like, I am so irritated right now, and now I got to talk to the media. But I don't ever really remember you losing your mind in any post game. You're always kind of the same chill.
Well, Joe Strauss used to call me Vanilla Ice. He goes, "You got to give me some." I go, Joe, he goes, I know you're smart. I said, Joe, I am smart.
That's how he challenged you.
I'm like, I'm just going to say what I always say, and when I do well, I mean, I was truthful. I didn't say, but when I did well, I gave credit, and when I did bad, I took all the blame, and I just was a starting pitcher, and it was like, I was, for me, it was one of those things where, like, you would check the media the next day just to make sure you didn't say anything dumb, but I mean, I tried not to say anything dumb, and I can honestly say my brother made this comment to me, and he said, do you think you can change your quotes? And I'm like, what do you mean? And he goes, you almost say the same thing every time. And I went back article after article, year after year, and I was saying similar things in high school. But that is my personality. Like, I wanted to go out, do my job, and that was it. I didn't really want to do me. I probably wouldn't have done a show like this unless I needed directions to Grant Farm.
Yeah, that's right. That was real. Call in for directions,
and that was real.
That was a real thing.
That was a real thing.
Find it.
I could not find it.
The show's always been about community service. If you just need to call in, we'll direct you instead of calling 411. We're walking in here, and Soup said, wait a minute, you guys have to talk like 3 hours every day?
Dude, I don't know how you guys do it.
I said, these guys
5
do,
hours.
These guys do 5.
We do 5.
Can we really talk about this? Because when I called that one day, and I don't know how you and I, and we're like, oh, all right, I'll talk to you tomorrow. So I was like, oh, excited. I'm like, oh, now I have something to do after drop-off, right? After 10 days, dude, I was exhausted. I'm like, I don't even know what else to talk about. And then when I called in and Jackson big-leagued me that one time.
No!
Yeah. And he's like,
ended the streak.
Yeah, it ended the streak after 13 days. I was happy.
Oh,
you were relieved.
I was so relieved. And then,
kind of like Ripken after he finally took a night off.
right up there.
Yeah, I mean, but 13 days, whatever, 3,000 games. But I mean, it was like I was tired, and I don't know how you guys do it. So kudos to you.
Look at that, Doug.
You know
This
what I
is a
mean?
guy who, sure, he might have won a world championship and outdueled Roger Clemens and won Game 7 at Shea Stadium, but he appreciates our talents. You see?
Because we have to talk for 5 hours. After a while, you just say anything. You don't care. We don't care what we say anymore.
But see, now I'm finding out some real stuff in here now.
What are you seeing?
I'm seeing notes. I'm seeing like little.
Definitely not seeing them over here.
But I'll tell you what, I would 100% have to do that.
Yeah.
You know, 100%, because I'm thinking about doing a podcast. Actually.
Oh, are you really?
And I'm thinking about calling it the 2 days after the morning after.
No, there's a second. Doug, we're going to have to litigate. We're going to have to litigate.
Hello, copyright attorney.
2 days after.
There's no way it could be 5 hours. It would be like, maybe 30 minutes, 4 segments and maybe.
We were shocked that Carpenter went on a podcast recently. And he was talking about how La Russa saved his career. That 04, I think we asked you about it. How late in 04 he wanted to pitch in October, and Tony said no.
Yeah,
you were. But I was shocked that Carpenter didn't do a podcast.
Yeah, it's funny. Was that with Pilar?
Yes,
I did see that, and I texted him. I'm like, dude, I mean, like, how do you know Kevin Pilar? I'm like, Toronto, and he did a great job, Carp.
Yes, he did
doing that. Yeah,
that was a really good interview.
And but it was exciting to see him because he kind of, he kind of just, did his own thing after.
Were you afraid of him? We were all afraid of him.
No, I was not afraid of him.
I hope not.
I got a great story with Carp.
Oh,
my gosh. And he'll crack up when I tell him this. So
he's here this weekend as well.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to him. So hopefully he doesn't get mad at me for telling this.
Maybe he'll be here in the 10 o'clock hour, Tim.
Yeah, you never know.
So it was the year he won his Cy Young, which I think was 05, right? So he had a game and he battled the whole time, and he wasn't really happy with his performance, and I was a medium speed right-hander, and I saw that he battled and he worked through it and he got it. He helped the team win. So I went to shake his hand, and every starting pitcher when you came in, if you had a good game, I would put my hand out, I'd shake your hand, look you in the eye, hey, nice job, way to battle. If you had a rougher game, and you sat down, I'd give you some space and, hey, get them next time. Just like things like that. Just, I'm here, you're here. And a lot of guys did that. Well, Carp came in and he was fired up one time and he kind of like brushed off my handshake. Ooh. Right. And so he sat down, I calmed down, and I went in and I leaned. And if the microphone is his ear, I kind of leaned into his ear. I said, hey, listen, don't ever do that to me again. And I said, I gave you the respect because you battled. I get it. You're not happy with your outing. And I didn't say it like this, but I mean, in shorter terms. And I said, but don't ever do that to me again. And so then it was so funny. So and we have never talked about it because I haven't seen him in 20 years.
Sincere. You were upset.
I wasn't being a jerk about it.
But you were bothered by it a little bit.
I go, what do you mean? Like I have to struggle to have your bad performance. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like you're a Cy Young, you're going to win the Cy Young. This is obviously hindsight. And so, but it was, and he, he was like, every start after that, if I put my hand out, he was like, boom, but we came from the same generation, you know what I mean? So I wasn't making a big deal about anything. I was like, look, man, I respect you and you're having a great year. And I'm just letting you know that you battled and made it through. So it was one of the stories that I always, it's probably better not on the radio because I could show it more, but it was just a cool thing.
That's a great
and
story.
he's a super great guy. And I'm really happy for everything. For him, and it's nice to see him on podcast. Maybe I'll have him on 2 days after the morning after.
2 days after the morning after, part of the morning after family of podcasts, or its own standalone. We're not sure. We're in negotiations. Jeff Suppan is in studio with us here live on 101 ESPN. What a delight it is to have the Cardinal great with us here for the 9 o'clock hour. I'm sure the listeners, Soup, they're very active. You're going to see it. I don't know, Martin, if you have the text inbox over. You got the YouTube chat up there. They're very active. If people,
I got a lot on my Twitter and Instagram. Like, hey, you better be ready for tomorrow. And hey,
pressure in here.
They're great. You guys have great listeners.
How about that, Doug? Good to hear that.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say that if you read what they say about us on the section.
Yeah, you know what? But
we get ripped.
That's not right. Let's get back. Let me see this. I
have to suspend some of them. We've got a whole suspension list here that these people can't participate anymore.
You're doing that work?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Doug does it.
The chairman's not doing that?
Chairman doesn't do it. No, it's my suspension. Mark you. Well, he's one of them, yeah.
Oh, so that's your own thing.
Yes,
it's Doug's own thing.
So you have your thing, and then you'll take them off the chat thing?
No, I just let them know that they've been put on notice, or I put a letter in their file, hit them with a tariff, something like that.
You have to. No,
yeah,
I mean,
know.
you got. In today's world, you got to really send those. You got to do the write up.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you got it written and.
I've been sexually abused in this text line for many, many years.
Do they know that you hit a home run?
I don't think they do. No.
Yeah, I don't think they respect Doug's game.
More, I guess.
Game recognized game. Jeff Suppan is kind enough to join us in studio here at 101 ESPN. We will take a break and continue the conversation with Jeff Suppan here on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Hey, this is Tim McKernan. Summer is here, and if your home already feels warmer than it should, your windows could be working against you. When old windows let the heat pour in, your air conditioner has to work overtime just to keep up, and you end up paying for it every month with your energy bills. Well, right now, Universal Windows Direct is making it easier than ever to get the job done. When you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. That's one of their biggest offers of the year. The more windows you replace, the more you save. Plus, you'll get 48 months of 0% interest financing, same as cash. That's 4 full years to pay with no interest, making this the perfect time to invest in your home without stretching your budget. So, before the summer heat really settles in, make sure your home is ready for it. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, 48 months interest-free, same as cash. Comfort, efficiency, and savings all summer long. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Oh, this is the jam. Now, Suppan doesn't have headphones on, so he can't hear his song. But you've heard it before on the phone lines. In studio with right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Jeff Suppan, and Soup's Gone Cold is playing. So I really appreciate that song constructed by Chairman Kurt.
It was fantastic.
And we did work out an agreement to have him license it for the podcast.
Wow. The second day after the morning after? That's the name of the
It's starting to really
podcast.
come together. The second day after the morning after.
Chairman's version of we worked it out, Tim. I heard Chairman say, hey, if you want, we could come up with a licensing agreement, and then Soup kind of laughed. And now Chairman said we got a deal done.
Yeah, but so much of communication is nonverbal, Martin.
Didn't seem binding to me.
Jeff Suppan in studio with us here on TMA after, what was it, a 13-day streak of calling in at 10 Central, 8 Pacific. Now in studio with us here. What are your impressions now that you see it firsthand? It's probably awe-inspiring, like the first time walking out on Fenway Park Field.
This is, so when I first walked out on Fenway, I was 20 years old, and, I'm a California kid, and I take the first step, and the green monster keeps getting bigger. I take the second step, the green monster keeps getting bigger, and I come out, and it's just like, man, they've been playing here forever. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of smells and odors, which I get in here, too.
That's correct.
You know what I mean? There's
correct.
a lot of smells and odors. But no, this isn't. You guys have. You guys are lucky. This is a great setup.
How about that, Doug? Yeah. You need to appreciate what we have.
I didn't even know. I thought you guys were like garage, in the garage somewhere.
We went through that. We had a tour of
in Martin's basement or something.
We're not too far off from the past. A lot of those stories.
Jackson, the board you got there,
Look
man.
at that.
I don't even know. Did you go to school for this or no?
He's not classically trained.
You're not. That's all on your own.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was going to be a golf pro, I think. Is that right?
You got big league hair. I'll give you.
How
about that?
What a moment for you.
Yeah.
That resonates with him because he's only 28 years old, and he's been concerned ever since we got to know him. He's been on the show now for 6 years with his thinning. And he went to one of our sponsors, Healthcare Evolution, got a procedure done with some kind of injection, peptides, and now look at him. You would never think that he's thinning. Look at that.
Pompadour.
Big league, yeah.
Pompadour.
I am. I have that little bald spot in the back, and so I was throwing out the first pitch, and I was turning to wave, and then I see it on the big screen. I'm like, oh, dang it. And, I remember back in the day, my brother bought one of my other brothers this hairspray that was like a little bit of pain in it.
Yes, they used to advertise for it. You'd spray hair.
Yeah, and then somebody's like, "No, you got to use these other things." I go, "No, just give me the hairspray. The paint.
Yeah,
I just need a little color because I used to do that with my goatee when we'd have picture day.
Just sprinkle it in there a little bit.
No, I would take one of those, the eyebrow pencil things, and I just fill it in just a little bit, and I was like, and my goatee looked really good. Just for pictures,
That's that California vanity there.
Yeah, you might be right.
Do you guys go surfing? Did you do typical California lifestyle stuff or no?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
I actually was flying here, and I spoke with this couple I had a rough flight, I'll be honest with you. And I was in the exit. I thought I was in the exit row, and I walked down the exit row, and then I look. I'm like, oh, I'm in 11A. So I go to 11A, and I sit down, and then I realize, no, I was in gate 11A. My seat was 2E. I was in the. So I'm like, oh my gosh! So I had to go all the way to the front. It was Southwest Airlines, and I was sitting in the middle, and I met this couple from Ann Arbor, and
you were in the middle seat.
Yeah.
Oh, she goes, boy, the Cardinals spare no expense when bringing back a former October hero.
You know what's funny is that she looked at me, she's like, "You're not a small woman." I go, "No, I'm not." I go, but because I was in the middle, she was hoping for it, right? So anyway, we have this short conversation, and she goes, "I love California." And I go, "Oh yeah, no, it's great." And she goes, No, I really I want to move here. And she goes, "Did you surf? Did you ski?" I go, "I did zero." I played baseball. You know what I mean? And that's what I did. So when I retired and I was 40 years old, we went to Mammoth and I learned how to ski. And I was doing the pie thing, but I took the poles like I was a downhill skier like this, and the guy's like, "No, you can't do that." And I literally thought I was going to blow out my knees, and I'm like, I'm done. I'm not a skier. I'm not a surfer. I'm not a hiker. I just want to be a a host, producer of the second day after the morning.
I see you went to high school in Encino, California. Where exactly is that?
Okay, so
is it the Valley?
Yeah, 100%'s the Valley.
Encino Man? Was it
Encino Man? You know Encino Man.
I'm still not exactly sure about the geography where it is there.
Okay, so you have the San Fernando Valley, which is America's suburb.
America's suburb.
Okay.
That is what it's called. And so there's about 3 million people there. Encino is would be on the south side of the valley, and basically when everyone started moving over into the valley, like all the actors, they were buying ranches, Studio City, and then went into Encino, and it's really nice. It was Crespi Carmelite High School, great school, all boys Catholic high school.
Sounds fancy.
It really wasn't fancy, but it was a great school. I loved going there. Yeah.
What'd your parents do?
So my dad was an air traffic controller.
Oh, is that right?
Yes,
really?
he was, and my mom was raised us. So my dad was basically he's like, I'll provide, and you take care of the kids, and that's how it worked out. My mom didn't drive till she was 30, but it was funny as I started playing more, right? So my dad. Everyone's like, your dad was an air traffic controller. That's the most stressful job. Mm-hmm. So I went to him one day. I was like, Dad, how did you handle the pressure? And he goes, and he, without missing a beat, he's like, I did my job and I did it well. Wow. And I told a friend of mine that. He goes, that sounds like a good Marine. I go, that's funny. My dad was a Marine, but he never talked about it. So he learned to be a controller through the Marines, and then he did that for 30 years, and so 20 years at LAX. So I was born in Oklahoma, actually, so because he was teaching, and he'd have to move up and all around.
Yeah.
But those guys were awesome. All his buddies, reunions forever, just good guys, and some scary stories. I'll be honest with you. I didn't want to really fly that much, and these guys were like the rock stars of air traffic controllers. But yeah, so that's what he did.
When did you start playing? Like, were you like 4 years old, 5 years old, and were you just obsessed with it? Can you recall this?
Okay, so I was obsessed with it, but I only played one season. I started playing when I was 6,
Okay.
T-ball, Shadow Ranch.
Okay.
7. Then I went to Pony Baseball, West Hills Pony Baseball, and I remember getting tagged out because I didn't even know the rules, and great memories. And I was about 14, and I'm like, you know what? I think I could teach you the game and still be better than you. Like, I remember thinking this because when you get older, Doug, when you play golf, right?
Sure.
You know what I mean? So it's like if you're trying to teach me,
right,
your game struggles. But if you're a great golfer, you could teach me and still beat me. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like I had that feeling, and then when I was about 18, received an award, went on to Dodger Stadium, and I remember walking on the field, and I'm like, I think I can play I think I can play here. And those were my 3 feelings. And then when I threw my first batter in the big leagues was Keith Lockhart. I threw a BP fastball, and he hit it out.
Literally your first?
It was my first batter in the big leagues, okay?
Was a home run?
Yes, but it was a 3-2. So I threw a strike, and then we work it to 3-2. And at 20 years old, I'm like, I'm going to throw this guy a BP fastball. I'm going to pop him up. Well, dude, he crushed it. And the great thing about him was that he was a rookie, and he said in the paper, I'll never forget, he goes, I'm just a little more experienced rookie, because he was 30 and I was 20. But that was the first batter I ever faced. What a foreshadowing. You know what I mean, Doug?
But to make it at age 20, you didn't spend much time in the minors.
No, I lucked out. It was a timing thing. Actually, Jamie Moyer was in the big leagues. He got hurt, and so I was the next guy. I didn't even go to AA. I mean, I didn't even go to AAA until I came back down. But I was up and down for the next 4 years. But, I got lucked out. I mean, timing's everything. I mean, I threw strikes, and I literally watched the game with my dad. He got it converted from a VHS to a DVD, and we're watching. I'm like, dang. That was a really good pitch. Like, I was impressed by watching myself. I hadn't watched it probably ever. Yeah. And I'm like, man, I was actually all right. And I realized, the catcher, Mike McFarland, was calling the game, and I'm like, that was a really good pitch selection. But it was fun, at 50 to be watching it. Sure. 30 years ago, watching myself pitch.
When did it become clear that you were in the realm of being a guy who's getting awards at Dodger Stadium at 18 years old? Was this clear like when you were 10 and 11, or did it start to hit with, being in high school?
I would say it hit in high school.
Okay.
I mean, like literally, when I said I didn't ski or I didn't do, surf or anything, like I didn't really know the game either. Jason Kendall went to a high school. I can't think of the El Toro, I think, but I threw a one-hitter against his team, and he was on a hitting streak, right? He got the one hit. The next day, the next game, I threw a no-hitter against a team. I don't even know who it was. And my high school coach said, hey, in the paper, he said that, wow, he's so stoic. He didn't even really react when, about the no-hitter. And not only did I not know I had a no-hitter, I didn't even know what a no-hitter was. I never knew it was called that. I swear. This said 14, 15. Like, I didn't know, like, you called that a no-hitter. Like, I knew a home run. It would have been like a grand slam. Like, I didn't know if you had 3 runners on and you hit the ball over the fence, it's called a grand slam. It's like, I didn't even know that, but I just was trying to pitch. Yeah. And so it was at that point that I basically started noticing that I was better than a lot of people.
Did you play in the position? I assume you were a position guy.
I was first base. Yeah.
So you could probably hit. I mean, I assume you could.
Oh my gosh! Of course I could. Are you kidding me?
That's the thing. You guys who are pitchers, and then we see you get up against a major league pitcher, and you just look so awful.
You get dominated, right? I mean,
but then you guys were always either shortstops, first baseman, or center fielders, and then you would pitch on your rotation.
Now, for me, I was like basically I'd hit the ball against the fence, and it was at least a single, right? So what I'm saying, like I had no speed, so I went to first base. And I hit about 11 home runs my senior year, and I didn't hit any in the first 6. Yeah. And so it was funny because I go to the American League and I don't hit at all, right? And so then we have interleague play was the first year in 1995 maybe, or 96, and it was against the Mets. It was like a reunion of that World Series at 86.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So I get a hit, and it was all exciting, and then I don't get a hit until I go to the National League. And then in 98, I hit a little bit, and then Pittsburgh, I hit a little bit. Then I come to St. Louis, where everyone's expected to hit, and I can't hit the ball. I go 0 for 46.
Oh,
Doug. It was something unbelievable.
You know what your career batting average was?
I do. 270?
173.
170. Hey, I'll take it.
For a pitcher, that's not bad.
Hey, I'm happy with that.
You did have a home run, though. You had a home run for
and
the
I had one in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't show up on the regular season stats,
right,
but I got one.
Look at it.
Yeah.
You got to look deep. You got to look deep, Doug. And do you know,
right?
Doug, I'm going to give you a question right here. You ready?
Who you hit it off of?
No. Who was the first pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks that stole a base in Wrigley Field on a 3-1 count?
Well, Randy Johnson.
Very specific. Kurt Schilling.
No, neither of those guys. Yes.
Oh, my goodness, Doug. How'd you get there?
And I think they thought it was a delay steal, but I was straight stealing. Okay. That's how slow I am. But
They had to be shocked on that battery.
he was. I think it was Scott's service. Yeah.
He's like, what is this?
Yeah, what is this guy doing? and I got to second base, and I'm like,
you can't see me.
And I did this little thing, and I did all this stuff because I didn't do anything.
Jeff Suppan's in studio with us here on TMA in the Stiefel studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Martin, I could tell you were about to ask a question. These are the things you're going to have to learn for the morning after day 2.
Second day after the morning after.
It's the body telepathy tells that you get from working.
I can't even remember. I think I was probably about to say something sarcastic.
Yeah. And I kept going. I'm sorry.
No. Every once in a while, I do, believe it or not, I do have a filter when I'm like, say something like kind of rude or insulting here. And every once in a while, I was like, no, maybe don't. Let it go.
Doug chose not to. He just gave with the 7 ERA in Milwaukee.
Right out of the gate. What the hell? The guy flies all the way in the middle seat to come to the studio in person. And the first thing Doug says is, boy, your ERA that one year was 7.38. Remember that time you gave up that grand slam? I was trying to remember in both of the NLCS. So our audience, let's say they're 30 to 60, they remember these playoff games. You pitched Game 7 at home, 2004 NLCS, 2007 NLCS in New York. You obviously pitched Games 1 and 4, right, to be aligned with 7, 1, 4, 7. if you don't remember, then I'm not going to remember. But I'm just trying to.
I wasn't.
Obviously, Tony trusted you enough, and it's probably because how the.
I never threw a 1. Okay, I might have thrown a 4. You know what I mean?
Like, you weren't the series openers. What you're saying.
I'm trying to remember because that's often how it would line up. How did you end up being the game? Because Tony had to have trusted you enough to know if it goes 7, you're the guy.
Carpenter started 6 in New York, and I think Morris started 6 in St. Louis against Houston, I think.
They were hoping, oh, please, God, close it out. Otherwise, Soup's going to be.
I know, like, oh, gosh. Well,
in between 6 and 7?
No, like 11. They got
so
the extra day.
in 04, I did throw game 5 against the Dodgers. Right, and so that was at home.
You guys closed that thing out in 4.
After Jose Lima.
4, yeah.
Okay.
Out
Game
there,
4,
out in L.A.
Yeah.
Okay,
So Matty Mo threw against Lima.
Yeah, and Lima went off.
It went just the best game ever, loudest I've ever heard Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
And that was my first clinching, clinching game or whatever. And I've asked Tony that many times, you had all these pictures and you were looking at me and he was, I was waiting for some Tony humor, but he goes, Soup, to be honest with you, I knew you could handle it. And it was a weird comment because those are hard games, right? Because it's it's all or nothing, right? Yeah. And so you have to emotionally be able to regulate it. I mean, I'm sure he would have wanted, Carp or, whatever to throw, but obviously you got to win these certain games. And I tell you what, it was amazing. And those were nerves, like a game 7 World Series. Those nerves, they're so elevated. It's a weird thing. Because what's riding on it, and you're trying not to think about it.
Does it go away after the game starts, or is it there at all 9 innings?
Okay, so usually it goes away once you get on the field and once you start playing catch, and then once and that was a realization that really came to me when I used to sit and watch World Series every year. Crack open a beer and I'm watching it, and I'd hear the announcers, like guys like you, and Vin, when you guys used to
Vaughn and Vin Scully,
when you guys used to do the game together, and you would talk about it. I'm like, man, it seems so magical. And then when I played in my first playoff game, I was like, oh my gosh, or my first World Series, I'm like, this feels like every other game. Like the game is the same. It's the same game. So that was the realization from that point on, I was like, every game is the biggest game of the year. I'm getting ready for every game. Doesn't matter if it's spring training, opening day, or the end of the season. And so but there's certain games that the nerves and the energy are higher, and those playoff games are. And then it typically would go away and you would settle in like a normal game. Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's still intense. I mean, like that one inning in the 6th inning in 06 in Shea Stadium, dude. I mean, that was so intense. And I just remember noise. I don't remember anything else. I remember Yachty coming out and we're having a conversation. And I was just literally, what pitch am I going to throw? Where am I going to throw it? What pitch? How did I say? And we kept going. We were working together, and I'm just like, I don't know how I'm getting out of this, but I'm going pitch by pitch, and that's it.
So I think one of the things you said a little bit ago about your no-hitters or your no-hitter in high school, and that you didn't even realize it, speaks to one of the reasons why you were so great in the Game 7s, even though it was because you just had that mentality of being cool. I think it was Edmonds, if I'm not mistaken. He was on with us, and when he would talk about you, might have been Eckstein, just he was just so cool. And so to get the ball in Game 7s when you're sitting there going, man, I'm going against Roger Clemens, or I'm pitching at Shea Stadium. These people haven't been to a World Series in 20 years. They're dying for this. And you just go, okay, that's fine. I'm good. Right. Now, that's how it comes off. I don't know what it was like internally.
Yeah, no, internally it was a process, but I mean, I felt it. I mean, it wasn't but I was almost like we were playing poker. And I couldn't let you know what I was thinking, So if I was doing awesome, or if let's say a medium speed right hitter, a guy who's throwing, and let's say Martin's hitting, right?
Dangerous outfield.
Yes, and he's got a good bat, and so I throw an 88 mile an hour fastball inside and strike him out, and I'm like, yeah. I got you. Okay, now he's like, okay, oh, you're on my radar now. Yeah. So Martin comes up, he's like, I'm looking for that 88 inside, and then he gets to it. So I never wanted to kick a sleeping dog, right? So that was always I wanted Jackson to have a comfortable 0 for 4 off me. You know what I mean? Like he's hitting rockets, and he's feeling good about his flow and all this stuff, And but that was how I did it, and that was how I was. So that's funny that Jimmy said that, because I just tried to be there but not there. I'm going to work my butt off, and I'm going to be there for every game and support everybody, but just be ready, because you never know.
And that Game 7 at Shea could be a whole documentary, just that game. Yeah. Because Roland and LaRussa are feuding, not getting along, whatever you want to say. And then Roland's about to be the hero with the home run.
Yeah.
And the only reason Andy Chavez makes the game, the home run robbing catch, is because Cliff Floyd rolled his ankle. Cliff Floyd wouldn't have caught that ball. Right. So Roland would have been the home run hero after all the drama and everything that happened. Instead, he gets denied. And then Molina, who wasn't a great hitter, comes up with the home run. Remember, a lot of Molina early years were that, hey, this guy's just never going to hit. He's not going to.
Way to cover up on that one. I like that. I got that was good. Yeah, that was good.
Just saying.
When he was younger.
I would never say that, but in case Yachty's streaming us today in Austin or wherever. But just in that game, all those different things. And then you got to get a closer that's a rookie, Wainwright.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, I remember on the field that he said, the only thing I thought coming into this inning, he said, the only thing I said to myself was, don't get to Beltran. That's what because he didn't want to face him because he's so dangerous.
That's who was thinking.
Wainwright.
No way. I don't believe
he
that.
He said that to me on the field. I swear to you.
On the field that day?
After that, I said, what were you? He said, the only thing I thought coming out here was, man, I do not want to see Beltran. Like, don't get to that point.
Yeah, I think he was saying, I hope he doesn't hit against me. That's what he's saying. Don't get to him. Like, you don't even know. I mean, can you imagine how old was he at the time?
Boy, he was so young.
He was young.
Probably 24.
Yeah, 24, 25. I mean, I guess he was more mature. But, I mean, if I was in that situation and I want to be a starter.
Like, who's Beltran?
Yeah.
Don't even know.
That guy? I don't even know that guy, dude.
But that game was just, it was epic.
You know what was crazy? You ready for this? Chairman, are you ready for this?
I've been ready.
Okay. So I never wanted to change anything. Okay, so if I was done with my inning or my game, I would ice and I would put my uniform on, do my arm weights, and I'd watch the game. And so because we were winning and all this stuff, I would hang out in the dugout, but not in the dugout, like beyond, like in the hallway, right? Yeah. And so it's Shea Stadium, and I could hear the, it's almost like you're under the bleachers.
Yeah.
Boom,
that
boom.
building shook.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. And then all of a sudden, and I'm peeking, and I'm looking down, and I could see carp, down the way, and I'm with 30 cops. Okay, and I'm just like, I feel like it's like a, getting ready to riot, and then I look and I hear, and I look, and then I see our dugout. I see carp jump up, and then I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. And then all the cops run up there, and I'm like, I guess we're going. I run out there, and it's like, we were so excited, and it was you could hear a pin drop, and you hear nothing from any Mets fans, not even like a. Nothing.
Silence.
It was totally silence, but I mean, it was crazy.
How often do you remember, how often did you ever have to shake off Yachty, or did you just have total trust in the game that he was calling?
So when you have a good relationship, it's really not like it's a stare, and it's like you're shaking, but you're not, and it's kind of like you're just you're working together. So it wasn't like I had blind. I mean, I would have blind faith in him. You know what I mean? Mike Matheny, I would have the same thing. There's a lot of guys like that. But
Cody McKay
was another one like that. And you.
Sorry.
It's not.
Filter didn't work on that one. Slipped through the filter. That's a callback for people who remember the soup streak of conversations.
Yeah. That stream of consciousness. So anyway, like with Yachty, you could stare. And when he would call the next pitch, like exactly what you wanted to throw, and you knew you were on the same page, it was awesome. But I tell you what, there's a great photo in 06 that basically is Yachty and I talking. And that's the conversation we had before I threw this curveball to Valentin to strike him out, because he wanted to go to it. And a few innings before, I threw like a 45-foot curveball or whatever, a 50-foot curveball that bounced off the dirt and hit Valentin in the chin. And it was like bases loaded or second and third, I can't remember. And he goes, let's throw the curveball. I'm like, no, I'm not throwing the curveball. No, hey, come on, let's throw the curveball. This is the pitch. I go, and this is me as a starter. Like, I'm like, hey, you know what? All right, listen, I don't want to throw the curveball. Go back to the home plate. And I go, if you get down there and you still want the curveball, call it. If I shake, I'm throwing something else. But if I just say yes, then I'm throwing the curveball. Now, if there was a clock on us, I would have thrown a ball and the game would have ended. Because but it felt like it was taking so long, but it was probably faster than that. But those are the process that you would go through to figure out game calling, and he threw the curveball down, and I just started my windup, and it was one of my better curveballs, and I go, you were right.
So what happened? So he
struck him out.
Yeah,
it was like a down and in curveball.
What do we got
That's
here?
the picture right there. Look at that, dude. You're on fire today.
Look at papers.
So
that's a great
it's
picture.
Soup
That's the
talking to
conversation.
Yachty with the glove over the mouth because everybody's going to read lips.
Yeah. Or I had bad breath, either way.
Well, that's either way.
Sometimes.
Do you speak any Spanish to communicate with all the Spanish-speaking players?
No hablo español, pero lo entiendo todo.
Oh,
yeah. So what I do
Kurt.
that mean? Well, I don't know. I don't know if anyone speaks.
Chairman Kurt does.
I was a Spanish teacher for 13 years.
Okay, so what I used to do is I learned that expression. But what I used to do when I was a pitching coach, I would say I went to the translator and I said, these are the 5 things that I want to say. Quédate atrás, separa las manos, and I'd have these things like stay back, attack a la zona, and I would give them these 3
Attack
things.
a la zona. Hold on, that doesn't sound. You're not fluent. Attack a la zona.
That's how you say it, though.
Really? That needs to be the name of the podcast.
Yeah, attack a la zona.
There you go. You got
Yes.
Will
you come out to California?
I was going to off-air offer my services as a producer. I've got a little experience in there.
There you go.
Oh, my gosh.
It's all coming together.
This show is
Jeff Suppan.
Attack a la zona. That sounds like a fake Lewis. Hey, Tony, attack a la zona tonight.
Attack a la zona.
Tell
But
the
I did
guys.
do that because, literally a lot of those guys did not speak English, and so I was their pitching coach. This is when I coached rookie ball. And so I was just trying to, meet them where they were at and, just try to give them some stuff. And then they appreciated it. And there's some, I don't think any of them made it out of rookie ball, but, they liked me,
So there's that.
There was also a strategy, I believe, by some of the Spanish native-speaking players to act like they never learned English, one of which was your shortstop in 2004. Edgar Renteria could absolutely speak English, but he acted like no habla inglés, and we never bothered him.
Yeah.
And then one time I was talking about betting on something and losing, and he goes, hey, you know why you lost? And I go, Edgar Renteria? He goes, because you bet. And I go, this guy not only can speak English, he dispenses wisdom, too, from over there.
I used to hear, he used to say all the time when he would, they'd play, cards on the plane, give me my money, give me my money, when he would beat you, So, did you ever play cards?
Not too much, no.
I played in the World Series of Poker, Soup, a few times.
What?
Yeah, main event. Yeah, main event.
Are you serious?
Did you play?
No, I'm not. Because
well, you're a stone cold killer. I would think
once
you'd be
you're
great.
in, you're in. That's what I couldn't do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We used to play Boo-Ray back in the day, which was a fun game. You ever heard of that one?
No. What's this?
There'd be
this is on the plane?
On the plane, yeah. And so I was doing that when I was younger, and they're like, "Oh, hey, let's go. We got to play." I'm like, "It's a 5-hour flight. I'm pitching tomorrow, dude. I got to sleep." No, you come on. And I said, "That's it. I'm done." So I don't really play, but that's impressive.
Yeah, a little mental game.
Yeah.
That's why when I'm hearing you talking about I threw a no-hitter, I didn't even know it, and you're going against Clemens, and you're pitching Game 7 at Shea. You got to have the heart rate.
Hey, I had a squeeze bunt off of Roger Clemens. That was pretty awesome.
That's right.
That was pretty
in that
awesome.
Game 7, right?
And I actually got to a split finger one time, and I was so proud of myself. I'm like, yeah. Roger Clemens threw me a split finger down and in, and I fouled it off, and that was in Houston. But I faced him 5 times that year. You know what I mean? He wasn't worried about me, but I was giving him tough at bats.
He had the book on you.
Yeah.
And he was and when you came up in Boston, he was there, right?
Yes, I used to talk
he's a
to
total pro. I remember interviewing him. He was always easy to deal with from my perspective.
Yeah,
at least.
no, he was great.
Real pro.
Might be the greatest pitcher of all time based on his numbers.
Yeah, I mean, he
Could
was.
be.
You know, and it was funny because he changed his mechanics a little bit. Dave Snow is a friend of mine, his dad, right? So I went to high school with Casey, and then Dave Snow was a famous college coach, and he at Long Beach State and LMU. But he used to say, I think it was the USA team, but Roger used to have a really long, back.
Oh, yeah. I can picture the baseball
Yeah,
cards.
then he shortened it up. I mean, he reinvented himself several times, and but he was fun to watch, and I learned a lot. So I was lucky, he was there for a minute when I came up.
That's an awesome thing.
Yeah.
Can we do one more segment, or is Chomps waiting for you? What do we do?
Chomps has left.
Chomps has left the building?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Can we do one more segment?
Yeah,
Okay, all right, sweet. Jeff Suppan in studio here in the Stiefel Studios.
Push back our Anti-Guns lunch just a little bit.
I'm just going to show up. That's what's going to happen there. Jeff Suppan in studio. We'll also have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. And apparently Jeff Suppan's new producer, Chairman Kurt, for Attack-a-Lazona, a soon-to-be-released podcast. And it looks like Chairman Kurt is designing the logo for your podcast already? This guy moves quick. It's all happening here. Attack-a-Lazona with Jeff Suppan and Chairman Kurt. Suppan's impressed. Chairman Kurt are doing a deal. Looks like it's all happening.
Gone.
Yeah, Kurt is gone. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Last Friday, hanging at Village Bar, overheard that couple next to us saying they had never been to Village Bar before. Love hearing those stories because we've always talked about the best cheeseburger in town, great waffle fries and the wings. I had a chef salad last night. That's when everybody goes, no, you didn't. I actually took a picture. Papers, did I send you? I did not send you my salad last night.
No, you did not.
Usually I send pictures of my Village Bar trips to Jackson just for verification. The point is, if you've never been, check it out. Great spot for lunch or happy hour. You can bring your family, friends, business associates, whatever it is. Village Bar is just a great place to hang out. It's in De Pere on Manchester, right off Highway 270, so it's easy to get to wherever you are. And when you're at Village Bar, make sure you sample the products. That's 1879 Distilling. They make those in the barn. Out back, award-winning spirits like Red Barn Vodka. So many different flavors you can choose from this summer. Entertaining family and friends. Do something different. Mix it up. Grab some of that dark Havana rum. 1879distilling.com is the website where you can find out more. And you can rent out that space inside the barn. Really a great spot for a private event. Find out more at 1879distilling.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The USA soccer team lost last night to Turkey, but they still win the group. They will play Bosnia. That's coming up on July 1st. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jeff Suppan and I were walking down the hallway, and then we ran into our market president, John Kiowski, and they started talking it over. And he will be making his way back to the studio momentarily. We've had an hour with Jeff Suppan, and boy, I've enjoyed the hell out of the conversation. We're going to pick it up here in a matter of moments on the presentation. Some good
Active
detail.
show today. Busy show.
Yeah,
Man.
Matthew Tkachuck to start.
For about 20, 30 minutes, just bringing heat.
Yeah, he was. Tom Stillman at 8:30 and Jeff Suppan for the entirety of the Marquand Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, and we're going to carry it over here into the 10 o'clock hour as well. How about that? How about that, Doug? What's it like to be on a real show?
Well, I don't know. It's uncomfortable, really. It's unusual. It's uncomfortable. I don't know how to act.
NHL draft tonight. We got covered. Just keep it locked on 101 ESPN. Because there should be, I think they're going to make some kind of move here today. And you've got all those picks. There was a lot reported. We talked about it earlier that Jason Robertson of the Dallas Stars, apparently they're letting him talk to teams, and the Blues were interested, and then Robertson didn't want to come here. So he'll become public enemy number one, Tim, because he didn't want to come here, reportedly. Didn't want to go to Seattle either. But the Blues apparently doing some shopping right now with those picks. So exciting time around town. Then the Cards, Marlins, Soup is there. Chris Carpenter, somebody else from that 06 is down there too.
Johnny Load.
No, I don't think.
They're not going to get rained out again tonight, are they?
Oh, that's
Look who's back.
Back in the studio. What, do you go by the Courtney show and Casey?
Yeah, I just got a tour of the whole thing. And
this guy.
I'm going to move next door to you guys.
Right. Oh, he's got his own podcast studio. Attack Arizona is right over there. Right over there.
Hablo español. Pero lo entiendo todo.
Jeff Suppan, you want to go into the text inbox in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and see what they're asking? I'll go in there. You got questions for Jeff Suppan? He'll give answers. Jeff Suppan in the studio.
Has the unknown DJ checked in today?
That's right.
Somebody earlier said you have the best East Side DJ voice. And I don't know what that means because that would be East St. Louis, I guess. But you do have a DJ voice.
Oh, me? I do?
Yeah, you have a great DJ. That gravelly. You were trying to be Wolfman Jack back in the day. And then you told Dana you were smoking cigarettes and drinking Jack Daniels, and she said, "Don't try and be funny."
Yeah, I was told not to be funny anymore. So, well, she said, "Don't be yourself. Just be normal." Is it?
Don't be yourself.
Oh, I like that. That's good counsel.
Don't be funny.
Yes, darling. I will not. No. I don't know. When I use humor, my brother, he has the same type of humor. That's who I learned it from. And so she's like, "You're trying to be like your brother," and I'm like, because there's like 5 of us, right? So my sister, then there's 4 boys.
Oh wow.
So yeah. Yeah, they all, and I told you, I think I shared this with you on one of the 13 days. They all came in when we won against the Astros into the locker room, and it was like I looked on their faces and I said, I should have let my family in more often. I was trying to respect my teammates, like I didn't bring my family. It was like I had a whole crew, but I saw my brothers, and they're all older than me. They were just like they just couldn't believe it. I'm like, that gave me so much joy because I got to share it with my family. But it was a lot of stress. You know what I mean? But they had a blast, and then after that, I was like, "Hey, come on in!"
Yeah, you just won Game 7 of the NLCS against Roger Clemens, of course. One of the things that I think stands out locally, I don't know if you're aware of this, but the 2004 Cardinals are held in the highest regard in St. Louis. Now, if you are older, I think some would say, is it the 67 team? Is that the one, or 68? 68 Cardinals. Yeah. But in the history of the organization, at least when you start going to the 1960s anyway, I realize there were some great teams before that. It's the 68 Cardinals. I grew up, the 85 Cardinals were a damn good team. They lost in the World Series with an asterisk. And then you guys in 2004. And you look back on that roster, and it's just chock full of Hall of Famers. Were you aware of it while you were playing, that this is, you knew that you guys were good, of course, but that you were looking around like you're talking about your family seeing that clubhouse? They were amongst like a field of dreams, in particular with that lineup. When we look at the lineup from the 2004 Cardinals, it's like, where was there a soft spot for a pitcher? You know what I mean?
Yeah, there wasn't. And
Right.
so, I had come from, basically losing a 90 games,
Sure.
a lot on a lot of teams I was on. And when I came, it was a total 180, and it was like a total, you're just totally addicted to it, right? You're just like, how are we going to win today? And then we got better, and it was the easiest, assignment pitching I ever had. I mean, because you had so many Golden Gloves behind you. You had such a great offense that were scoring runs. And then you had a bullpen that was lights out, and it's funny because that was the first year I went on the Cardinals cruise. Have you ever been on the Cardinals cruise?
I have not.
No. You've been missing out. Let me tell you something.
Well, I've never been invited, so that's part
well,
of it.
if you get an opportunity, I can't believe nobody in here has done that. But I go on the cruise and I meet Ray Washburn and his wife,
yeah.
super nice people. And so we're talking. And then in spring training the next year, I would always sit at the end of the bench, and then Gibby and Lou would be sitting down there. And so, Gibby's a super intimidating guy. I mean, I thought he was 50. He was 78 at the time, and so, I'd always talk to Lou, and Lou was a little more talky, would engage in conversation. But I was talking through Lou to talk to Gibby. And so after a year, I went on this Cardinals cruise, and I'm like, I have something to talk to Gibby about. And I go, hey, Gibby, Ray Washburn? And without missing a beat, he's like, what? He used to get all the runs. And it's funny because it's a starting pitcher thing, right? So it's not always how you pitch. It's on what day you pitch.
Yeah.
Because if you get run support, it's much easier to pitch. And so, Gibby went into I had 9 starts in 68 or whatever year it was. And he goes, and I lost, they didn't score a run. And then I had these other games where I had to hit a home run, to win the game. But it was like there's just these great generations. And then when, I guess getting back to your actual question or statement, did we feel it? I felt it much when you're living the 04 experience, and you look back, you're like, then you feel it.
Mm-hmm.
You realize how good that team was, you know what I mean? And the funny thing is the 06 team, it was kind of like the same quiet confidence. I kid you not, right? Now everyone got hurt,
right.
Not everyone, but a lot of people, and we didn't have the great run. It wasn't unconscious winning, but that beginning of the season,
you guys were on
15 games by. I'm like, here we go again, and then we, backed in.
Yeah. But then went on the heater.
Yeah.
And probably caught people off guard in the playoffs.
Oh, my
Started off
gosh.
against the Padres and took them down, a Mets team that had super high expectations. And then if you remember, maybe you weren't even aware of it, somebody with USA Today, Martin, I think, said Cardinals, Tigers
I thought it was
predictions.
Bob Nightingale who said it.
The Tigers will win this series
Tigers
in 3.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Obviously didn't make its way to you. But, there was the expectation that the Cardinals had no chance against the Tigers. Yeah.
Well, I thought, that for a second, it was like, but look, there's this is a great expression. I use it all the time. There's 2 types of players, baseball players in this world, those who are humble and those who are about to be. So when we went into the 04, we were unconscious. We weren't cocky, we're going to win it all, but it was we didn't think that was going to happen to us, with the Red Sox, and then, so now you have this humility as a team. And then we were on an attack. It was kind of like we were attacking Zona,
Oh, God, there it is again.
Tonight at 7 p.m., attacking Zona. But no, it was, but we had nothing to lose.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we went out and it was great.
I imagine when you take the field with Pujols, Roland, and Edmonds in the lineup, all like Gold Glove caliber defenders and big time hitters, you probably think you can beat anybody. That
you really do, and then you sprinkle in like in any different year you have like another Hall of Famer, you have another Hall of Famer, and it's like you got Grzelcyk at second, and then you have Belliard that one stretch where he was like unbelievable, and then then you got Eck at short, who's just as consistent as they come, and it's kind of like honestly like. It was so much easier to pitch when you knew that those guys behind you were paying attention to what pitches were called. They were shading and they had the instincts. So all I had to do was hit the spot. Yeah, like no big deal. Like I remember when Dunk told me one time, he goes, Todd Helton, you got to throw him fastballs in. I said, what? I go, we're not throwing. He goes, you got to trust me, And so, but I said, I sold out, and I said, okay, I'm going to throw it. And I trusted it. They called it, Yachty called it, and then, he swung and missed, or he popped it up, but the defense was there behind it, and just in case. Yeah. So it's like there's this trust level that just keeps building, and that's fun. That's when the game is fun. Yeah. You know what I mean? When it's just, figuring it out and doing all that stuff. Oh, you got notes.
Well,
my bad.
I'm doing a quick audit of the. Somebody said, do you still wear a lot of Hawaiian shirts? Was that kind of your Tommy Bahama?
Okay, so full disclosure, I used to have one I used to wear for every start, like back in the day, and I had beautiful Ren Spooner Aloha shirts, and then all of a sudden, like each year, I'd see like 3 or 4 missing. And I was where are these going? And I think my wife was taking them out.
Getting rid of them?
Yes. So I still have them. I don't really wear them that much.
Somebody else wanted you to take your shirt off right now. We don't encourage it. There's a lot of weirdos here. Soup should rewatch the 2006 World Series DVD. He's great in that. Were you mic'd up at times?
I don't think so.
Have you watched that DVD of the 2006? Like they put out
I might have seen clips of it. I'll try it. Yeah. Who was that from? The unknown DJ?
Yeah, maybe. A lot of people ask about the brawl in Cincinnati that you crawled out. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Was that after you came back to the Cardinals?
Yeah, that was right after I came back.
Okay, in 2010 maybe?
I don't even know. I came up on Instagram or something last night, and it was the first time I ever saw the other angle. You know what I mean? And so it was like I was trying, honestly, Carp was so chirpy that day. I was trying to make sure he didn't get, hurt, so I was kind of with him and I wasn't really involved in anything. And all of a sudden I ended up on my back, so we got shoved by a group, and there was some punches or kicking or whatever, but then I ended up on my back and it's when you're in a you guys know when you're in a brawl and everyone's wearing spikes, like you don't want to be on the ground, you know what I mean? So I flip over and I come right through, and my father was like, what are you doing crawling out? What are you afraid? I go, what are you talking about, man? I go, and then I ran back to Carp, and then not that I was the greatest, I wasn't the enforcer or anything, but that's what happened in that one.
Was that when the Brandon Phillips Reds?
Yes.
Was that the LaRue?
Yeah,
it's just about
Johnny Cueto
career.
But he came up and he kind of knee-tapped Yachty before it was at bat after calling the Cardinals a bunch of something or another.
Crybabies and blah, blah, blah. Right. And then
Yachty had no interest in exchanging pleasantries.
Didn't LaRue get a bad concussion out of that?
Afterwards. Ended his career. Great guy too, LaRue, and it was a shame. But you never know in those things, and I think I probably was in maybe 7 or 8 like that. But brawls like, and it's usually the two people that are engaged are the really ones that are fighting. And then you got to be careful of the sucker punches and this and that. But I never was in like the 70s and 80s, those type of brawls. Yeah. Oh my gosh! When you see those, you see guys coming in the dugout. It's just you got fights everywhere. But yeah.
Well, Juan Marichal took a bat, didn't he? Take a bat.
John Roseborough in the head with it.
Yes.
Roseborough was a Dodger catcher, and Marichal just turned around and hit him right in the head with the bat.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I didn't see that one.
Look it up. As a college student during the 04 run, the next few years to come, those are my favorite Cardinal memories. That's from the 6 through 6. Somebody wants to know what happened to the word of the day. Do you still drop that on Dana at the house? A word of the day.
Word of the day.
You used to give that to Rick Horton, I believe.
Oh, yeah. No, so I told you this story. I can't believe you don't remember. But
I do. I'm just sharing with the
Carpenter.
audience.
Bob.
Bob Carpenter.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I used to talk to him inside, and I said, "Hey, I got this expression that's really cool, and it's on fire right now." I said, "Drop it like it's hot," right? And so I go, try to work it into the thing, your show. And he did. And then the next day I go, hey, I had this old high school teacher, and he used to teach us these words, and his name was Mr. King, and he had a real deep voice. And he'd be like, you want to be a minimalist? Like, he almost sounded like a Macho Man. Like, this is a Macho Man, Randy Savage.
Well, that's a great impression.
Really every once in a while, I practiced that for years. That was like 30 years of practice. But he was a great English teacher, and I go, taciturn and cardigan were the first two words that he used to write up on the board. I never forgot it. So that's how it started. And I go, try to use taciturn. I don't know what it means. I'd have to look it up right now, but I used to know it one time. But and then it just kept going from there. And then it became Ricky's.
Ricky,
then
okay.
It became
So it started
Ricky.
Bob Carpenter.
Yeah. And then it was like, if you guys were all scribes, right? Jackson, that's like a reporter, like
it's
a
reporter,
scribe.
yeah.
Right. I mean, so like a biblical of a scribe, And so basically, I would ask you guys for help. And so, like, all the reporters in St. Louis would give me words. And then, it was great. Like, Derek used to give me, like, denouement was a great word. Now, I always remember that one. And I sound smart, but I'm really not. Just ask my wife.
Just drop in a word of the day.
Yeah, just mix that in.
A lot of different. Somebody said, what player did you most want to drill? Like, was there a player that you thought, God, if I could just put one in their backside? Did you have anybody did you have a nemesis, offensive nemesis? Anybody you ever wanted to hit? You're probably not going to say if you did.
Hey, there's a lot. Hey, I did this post, and I did the top 5 toughest hitters I had to face, and it actually went pretty well.
Engagement. Look at this.
I thought I was really great. I got all these views on it. I'm like, look at this, 95,000. So I did another one. It got like 2 people. Really? So I'm like, I'm
should have
done.
quit while you were ahead.
I know. But it's funny because I said these 5 names, and somebody's like, well, what about Mike Piazza? He hit, and they start rattling on. I'm like, yeah, I could have picked 100 people hit me. I mean, maybe even more than that hit me well. But Jose Vizcaíno was 11 for 13 off me between 04 and 05. And I go, yeah, it was unbelievable. And I go, Derek Bell, not Derek Bell, D. Lee. Derek Bell.
Derek Lee, and there's Derek Bell.
Big, tall Cubs first baseman.
Derek Lee, California guy. He he got me all the time. So was there, I was only, if you showed me up, that would be a different. But if you're a good, you were a good player, and I was, who I was, and you got me, I'm not like, oh, I'm drilling you now, But I mean,
tip your cap, as the skipper would say.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean. Cap. But if there was a thing where you hit somebody else, then I'd take care of you. But I never really had, I wouldn't say a nemesis, But I don't know.
Jeff Suppan, most boring pitcher ever, but GD's great on the mic. See, they're enjoying it.
You were saying
Who's that? Now you're going to drill this guy.
Doug's Nashville bachelor party has texted in. You see all these weird names here?
Yeah, those are
Sharon's
weird.
Ladue Pool Boy, Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville, the Forest Park Tree Mold Monster, maybe?
Those are some good names. Those are like softball teams. I would say that no GDs, JCs, or F-bombs. That's my rule. Okay, so.
But they're saying, wow, you're great on the mic.
I was boring on
You
what?
admittedly were trying to be. You said you were a boring soundbite as a player.
Oh, is that what he said?
No, he's saying you were a boring pitcher, but you're great on the show.
Not sound bites, dude. He was saying I was boring. I was a medium speed right-handed. I was an average medium speed pitcher. Is what he's saying.
That's
right?
correct.
Yeah,
just like a meat and potatoes pitcher.
Yeah. I was, exactly. That was who I was.
Yeah. But
And that was
when Game 7 rolled around, there's nobody we wanted to have the ball in
forget about
anymore.
that one.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm glad I can entertain him on the radio. That's good.
A lot of folks want to know, what's your favorite type of fry? That's sort of what this show gets into.
We love French fries on this program.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, you have a passionate answer.
What about at Soup's Grill? You had a restaurant.
Dude, to be honest with you, we tried so much. I never knew how many French fries are out there.
Clip that off.
Chairman.
Attack Arizona.
What's your question?
This is his Ed McMahon. He just keeps turning to the right.
Think about this. Okay.
Chairman, every once in a while just say,
40
yes.
different French fries I had to try out.
40?
40 in my
there were 40.
Dude, it was Cisco. We would come in. We're taste testing.
Cisco from the thong song.
No, not that Cisco. The food distributor.
Got it.
This is for Soup's Grill, which was in the Valley.
Yes, it was. And actually, you know what? John Mabry, he had the best line. I had him sign. He goes, if you're in the Valley and you're looking for a rally, try Soup Sports Grill. And that was all him. Everybody else, I had to give them something. But these French fries, I don't know what they're called, and I can't really tell you what they call, but they had a little thing on the outside like that was crumbles. They were delicious, but there is something about French fries. I can't give you that, like Chris Crud or this or that. There's so many
a
out there.
waffle fry.
Yeah, those are great, but I mean, there's more than you think. You're only thinking 3 or 4, aren't you?
Yeah, and you're
thinking McDonald's. You're thinking the Chris Cut. You're thinking the beef steak.
Yeah.
There's so much more out there, Martin.
It's a big wedge.
There's so much more. Martin. And the wedge.
What kind of sopping do you like?
Excuse me? Sopping?
Sauce.
Dipping.
Mustard.
Okay. All right. Is that a St. Louis thing?
Yeah, that's kind of a Tim
We'll cover
thing.
that on episode 1.
Okay, all right. Typically, I would like, I don't use anything, but I will use light ketchup, or I'll mix in the mayo. I'm one of those guys.
Doug loves mayonnaise.
I do. I
ever
do.
had a peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich?
Not yet. Not yet.
Might do it today while in town.
Yeah.
Mr. Banger says ketchup sucks.
Yeah.
And then this is what happens. So on the text line, some people listen to this station because they really like sports.
Yeah.
And then some people listen to this show because they don't care that much about sports. We're sports adjacent.
Yeah.
So somebody said, ask him about Albert. How was Albert? How was Albert was different? Because I'd heard this Poulos guy was pretty good. And he says, wow, French fries over Albert, shaking my head.
Yep.
Why not? They wanted you to talk.
Dig?
Yes, they're mad because we went fry instead of number 5.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're in a conversation and you're supposed to read all these chats and you're supposed to figure it out. Isn't that somebody else's job?
It's a crazy system.
Jackson.
Really.
I mean, what are you doing over there, dude? I'm like, you got the
growing
good
hair, man. That's all he's doing.
You got good hair. Have you heard of the Eskin shower heads?
What's going on?
Unbelievable.
Really? What's going on?
I don't know. I saw it on Instagram. I'm like, I'm going to try it.
For regrowing hair?
Yes, because it takes all the bad stuff out of the water, and I'm like, all right, I'll try it. And then they have this other stuff.
Sounds like you're an investor in Eskin. You just weaved in a spot. That's what it sounds like to me. Attack Arizona, presented to you by Eskin.
We had Edmonds on Fox 2, and I'm like, Jimmy, it's October. We got the playoffs. He's like, yeah, I got this new football helmet I'm selling. I'm like, and the whole show is about football helmets.
Oh, my gosh. All right, let's talk about Albert, okay?
Okay, let's talk about Albert.
All right,
Screw French fries. You played with a guy that may be one of the greatest ever.
I mean, honestly, watching it on a daily basis, I was like, and you're not looking for it. You're not looking for that guy, but you're just watching and you're just like, this is unbelievable. He was available every day, best abilities, availability, and then he's hitting 320, driving in 150, and he's a Golden Glove. And when Tony's like, hey, we got a Golden Glover at first base, and I I'm not a GM type of mind. I'm like, gosh, who is Golden Glove first baseman? Who won last year? He was talking about Albert before he won it, right? And so there was times I literally was like, Albert, can you just let me know? I mean, because I was not fast, like I told you, and so I'd throw a ball right side. I'm sprinting to first base every time because I got to get there. I need every out. And he would almost be playing second base. And then you remember that play when Carp had to dive? I remember seeing that on video. Like those plays would happen, but he had so much range. And then he would never, if it was close, he would always take it himself, but he raked and he came ready to play every day. And he had that plantar fasciitis, which is a real thing, it's tough.
Was he intimidating as a teammate? I said that about Carpenter, but because Albert was so locked in at his craft, intense.
No, he wasn't intimidated, but one time, actually, it was after 2004. And
he didn't shake your hand, and you said, never do that to me again.
I said, listen, attack of the zone. So it was funny. So it was 2005. And Doug, you probably have nice china at your house, right?
That we never use.
So they have Franklin Mint will have these plates and everything. And so I bought one, and it was Larry Walker's on there, and everybody's signing it, no problem, right? And so I asked Mark Walshy in the club. I said, "Go, hey, can you get the guys to sign this for me?" And I could my locker is in the right corner. where I used to go into the thing to get on the cell phone. There's like a little closet, and then Albert was down in the middle of the locker room, and so I hear him like, "What? He hasn't even won a game that year. He hasn't won a game yet this year." I'm like, "Are you serious, dude?" I go, "Get a hit."
A few thousand of them.
And then I used to love it, like, so, like I used to love softball cheers, so I don't know. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of time on the bench. You know what I mean, Jackson? You know what I mean? 130 games, 130. And so I'd be like, H-O-H-O-M, H-O-M-U-R-U-N, home run.
Nice.
Albert. And so the guys were like, what are you doing, And so then, we had a good starting rotation. We had a lot of fun. We were joking around a lot. And so I'd walk by certain, coaches or guys, and I'm like, "Come on, Albert, do something." And this one was like, "What?" But you knew, like, the people who would be bothered by that. And you're just joking around. You know what I mean? So.
Do something.
Well, you'll like it because this year at Cardinal games, Busch Stadium, in the right field bleachers, they have this tarps off. These young guys take their shirts off.
I saw that.
But they do chants, and they do kind of an honor roll. And they'll go, "Golly, Marmol," like the manager, Jordan Walker, like the right field. So maybe you could go lead some cheers tonight. You could lead this home run cheer.
You think I should do that?
Go up there and lead the cheer. Yeah.
They would love it.
You have Chomps take you by the tarps off.
Chomps will do it.
And then you get the cheers going. They will go. I'm serious. They would love this. Or maybe a McGreevy chant.
I got to. Chairman, what do you think about that?
I think it's a great move for a Tkachuck, boys.
I think it's got to happen.
You write Tkachuck on your chest.
Tkachuck takes off. We have people calling in the show with chants that they prepared, and they need a little work, so maybe you can kind of help them
I have to say, like, if you listen to college softball, do you watch college softball at all?
It has as much as I can.
Higher ratings than the other than the baseball.
Oklahoma's always crushing it.
It's unbelievable, right? So these cheers, they have a cheer for everything. And it's like, you somebody didn't tie their shoelaces, and they'd be like, "Check your laces, check your laces." And then they have one, like, a new pitcher comes in, like, is she high? Is she low? Is she fast? Is she slow? And they're doing these chairs. And they should really talk to some of the softball people, maybe
get some
ideas. You know what I mean? But I don't know if I could take my shirt off. I mean, that would not be.
You have to put a Navy cap on, right? Attack Arizona. This whole thing takes off.
I'm going to have to hit the weight room a few more.
Will you see McGreevy? Will you go in the clubhouse? But he's pitching, so I don't know if he's allowed to talk to you.
No. So
are you going into the clubhouse today?
I don't know. I mean, if they invite
Walshy's
me,
there.
I don't know. I don't invite myself anywhere.
Well, Chomp, they'll
you know
probably.
what I mean? Like, you guys invited me here. I wouldn't have just showed up. Hey, guys.
Well, Martin invited himself to lunch with you at Annie Gunn's.
Yeah, that's true. I've already called and booked the table.
Yeah.
I got 6 people coming.
No, like, starting pitchers, like, rule of thumb is, like, if Martin, you're starting pitcher, and you talk to me, then I'm going to talk to you.
But if I don't say a word,
I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, okay.
I just let you have
That's
your deal.
understood.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unwritten rule, but then there's a lot of guys that don't understand that.
When you see McGreevy, and you don't tell him that we told you this, you say, "Hey, you know what, man? I've been watching. You're kind of like a poor man's Greg Maddux. He's been told that a few times now, and it's like a thing."
Yes. No way. Is that? Yes. Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Because
he brings it up now. That his friends are telling him, "Oh, you're a poor man's Maddux," which is not a bad thing to be.
Yeah. No, are you kidding me? That's a scout terminology. I might have told him about that.
Okay.
I mean, I might, because they said that about me.
Oh, they called you a poor man's Maddux?
Yeah, but they call me
poor man's Tom Seaver?
No, they call me a poor man's Greg Maddux.
He's a poor man's Brad Penny.
They call me Roger Clemens, who threw 82. You know what I mean? Like, I was one of those guys. But.
Spartan 44 has texted in. See, this is like air traffic control, by the way, what we do here.
He actually gave his phone number.
Well, they all come with. Their name is next to it.
Can I call him right now?
You want to call Spartan 44?
No. They don't have my number.
Said this has been one of the best hour and a half of the show's history.
Wow.
From Spartan 44. People listening don't like this show ever.
That is
that. No, I mean, Cat. Did he
had great shows. No.
Did he? No, but did he write?
Did he send that in? You mean?
Well, did he?
Did he text that
That
in?
hurts, man. He didn't even say anything?
Well, no, it's not the cat. It's Spartan 44.
I know, but did the cat say anything? Because
has he chimed in? Is what you're asking me.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're asking me.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
We may not be able to
Did
go to lunch.
Simo text in? Did Simon
Simo,
talk to you?
Bowringer, those guys, whenever you would
Bo
call
is
in.
the best. I love
Bowringer.
Simon and Bo.
Bowringer will be at the, this sounds like a cop show. Bowringer will be at the ballpark.
He doesn't take his shirt off in right field, does he?
I don't think so. He has an actual duty down there.
Okay.
Don't take your shirt off at the beginning of the game. You got to wait for a big
First of all,
moment.
I will never.
Where you just show up and go, look who's here.
I
When you
will
get on the
never
video
take
board.
my shirt off. No way.
It's not happening?
No way.
You'll just stop by and say hello.
No,
Put a baby cap on.
Jamie Sugar Baby, hey, Soup, call me. We can talk fries. There you go. You're getting people. It's true. South City Implant, who came by the food drive last week, he said, greatest show ever.
How about that? I mean, it started off with Matthew Tkachuck, Blues owner Tom Stillman, and then
the
you for
Blues
90
owner.
minutes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, what a
hey,
lineup.
I'm just wondering because
You're a poor man's John Smoltz, a texter said.
Ooh, okay.
That's
all
not
right.
bad.
All right. But see, that's the thing. He actually talks baseball. I like talking it like non-base. It's hard to talk baseball all the time, but I'm just checking. So you guys help me get more followers, and this is like the hardest thing. Like I'm competing against people now. I'm like, how do you get followers? I do one. I'm like,
tell them your handle out there. Where are you on Instagram and Twitter?
What do you mean handle?
Well, I can't. Okay, I can't help you. I just can't help you.
Username.
Okay. So if I'm on the thing, I took a photo of St. Louis, the stadium yesterday.
I saw that.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. Jeff Suppan, I guess.
I can confirm.
Tim, if you could just help us out over here.
Jeff Suppan. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I have X and I have the other one. I'm trying to build it up. And I did one. I thought it was really funny. And this is probably where my wife thought I was. She said, don't be funny. But it's me and Hans. And Hans is one of the dads on the softball team. And somebody filmed us putting up the video. You know what I mean? For the game, the game changer
right
video.
now.
I thought it was funny. We're giving high fives. I said, "Don't be confident." Overconfident, and that's like day in the life stuff. You know what I mean?
Behind the scenes.
Yeah, you remember the Real World? Remember the Real World back in the that was like
Seven
the
Strangers.
first reality show, right?
It was 100%.
I mean, not the first, but it was close to it.
I think it was,
now we got it right here. Everyone's a reporter. Everyone's
Jeff
a cameraman.
Suppan right there on the Instagram handle.
And so I've been on the show for an hour and a half, and I still have 3193.
Oh, we need to increase that follower total.
Let's get Soup followers at Jeff Suppan. Is that what it is, Tim?
And this is the Instagram. The Instagram.
Okay,
I don't know on the
Instagram,
Twitter.
and X is almost the same thing. But anyway, I'm learning about it, and I'm really enjoying it.
You picked up
Jackson
8 more
just took a picture of you, I guess?
in the last minute. You got 8 more followers.
There it is. Things are happening now. Here we go. Here we go.
Influencer.
Bit of nickel, bit of dime.
There you go. You're moving.
At Jeff Suppan.
Yeah.
Is your Twitter handle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at guys, I'm like, 100,000 people. Like, how is...
Well, that's Doug, but he takes his shirt off. See, that's what you're not doing.
You could go viral tonight.
Yeah. You're doing things for those. I got you. Yeah, so but because I just really got into it a year ago. I just got a thing like, happy anniversary. You've been on Twitter an X a year. I'm like, wow.
It's a big moment for
This is exciting. But I was always just one of those guys that would just follow. Like, I'd follow you guys to see what, if you're talking smack about me. No, but I mean, I don't even know when this was invented, but it came out like... not when I was playing. I think we had the Facebook.
Yeah, you got to be grateful it wasn't around when you were playing.
I know. I don't think. I think that would have been a challenge.
It would have been rough.
I mean,
I think
too
it's
many
tough for
people in your ear.
Yeah.
And I probably was shut it. I would have probably.
You would have turned it
I would have been less conversation with reporters because
that's what happens for guys.
Because the teams are pushing it like, oh, go out there, and then they bring it to you like just these comments like. Your goatee's crooked. Your goatee's gray.
I've heard they call you Trailer Park Greg Maddox instead of a poor man.
It's best not to look at it. It's best not to. We at this point, we're sociopaths because we see it every day. You come in, spend an hour and a half with us, and then they come after you. That's what they do.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's the gig.
But
that's the cost of doing
But
business.
it is called a poor man. So when I went to scout school, believe this or not. Believe it or not, scout school. Classically trained, and I never knew pitches were graded. Okay, so the grade is 50 is major league average, 80 is excellent, 70 is very good, then it's good, and there's all these grades. So I'm learning all these grades, and so I don't know why I'm telling you that. I just lost it. It's been too long. It's been an hour and a half.
Well, wrap it up. We got to go anyway because when I introduced you to John Kielski, he goes, great segment. I love that you finally went to a commercial break. I go, I know.
Oh, the boss.
So I just said 33 minutes there.
Oh, no.
We got to go to a break. Soup, it was so,
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys. It could have been better.
Hey, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was incredible. Jeff Suppan, thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
We'll take a break. More TMA next, 101 ESPN. Delmar Mortgage is online at delmarmortgage.com. That's Ryan Luchtefeld. His personal number is 618-593-3608. You're going to get a personal local touch with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that'll make your offer stick out to the local sellers and the listing agents. Closings in as little as 2 weeks. It's Delmar Mortgage, 60 years of a family-owned business. Call Ryan first, who I've been working with, 618-593-3608. That's his personal number to text or call, 618-593-3608, or go online at delmarmortgage.com. That's Ryan Luchtefeld, 618-593-3608. Welcome back to the Morning After, the show presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. If you are just tuning in, I would highly recommend going back on the TMA STL YouTube channel or by podcasting via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app and listening. Matthew Tkachuck was incredible. Joined us for about 25 minutes at the start of the show. Blues owner Tom Stillman was with us at 8:30, and then 90 minutes with Jeff Suppan. That was outstanding. Major recommendation to go back and podcasts like the Dickens. The 10 o'clock hour brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin, you got anything on Design Air?
I do, Tim. They were out of the house last week doing a little maintenance check. Love the fact that Design Air just they keep it simple. What do you need to do to keep that air conditioning running? Let's check those filters. Come on by, check things out. That's part of the maintenance program. You can sign up for that at designairservice.com. Not only the longest running TMA sponsor, but a family owned and operated business, still going, still based in St. Louis, fourth generation, and with the team there. And that's what Seth has put together as a great team. The employees are all great. We've had so many different experiences with technicians over the years. The constant is that not only are they great to deal with, you can tell they enjoy what they're doing. They're professional. There is a difference when you're getting work done on the furnace or the air conditioning. It's designerservice.com. Sign up for that maintenance program. We're talking about 100 degrees next summer, finally showing its face next week. So be ready for it with our friends at designerservice.com.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA 101 ESPN. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you are still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local to get started now. You will have the United States taking on Bosnia, and you know you've got that coming up on Wednesday at 7 p.m. as the knockout round is upon us. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player subbed out, your bet stays in. So if your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Must be 21 or older in present Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back to the Morning After, 101 ESPN. And, wow, we had 90 minutes of Jeff Suppan. So we're calling an audible here today. Doug, I'm not sure we're going to be able to get to the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. I apologize. But you can do Design Air right now, designairservice.com.
Sure. Design Air is really the only name you need to know about when it comes to HVAC, keeping your home comfortable. Design Air has been around since 1904. Seth Goldcamp, the guy running the show there. Any of us who have had Design Air out to our house, and that's all of us, I believe, on the Deos, can tell you that Design Air is a fantastic company that you can trust. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. And as always, it's home with a handsome repairman. That's maybe the only thing you need to know about it. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Final segment of TMA next here on 101 ESPN.
It's true, good things come to those who wait. At Stifel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stifel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis in 1890, Stifel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stifel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, advising. Stifel, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals, Marlins tonight, 7:15 p.m. first pitch. Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was their Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
There it is. Doug, the show's in the books for the week.
Okay. Well, it felt like a good one today.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a new show called 2 Days After the Morning
That's
After?
correct. Or Attack Arizona.
That's live.
Jeff Suppan getting into the podcast industry. How about that, Doug?
Does
He's
that
part of the Movie Boy Network, they're calling it.
Ooh, yeah. We'll take on that.
Attack Arizona, does that translate exactly to attack the zone?
That's correct.
It's that simple.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Those are cognates, Doug.
Those are cognates, Doug.
Those are words that they are what they sound like.
How about that? I like that. Cognates. Yeah, if you didn't listen to today's program, I think you would thoroughly enjoy podcasting. Matthew Tkachuck was awesome. Tom Stillman giving his perspective on what I would imagine will be a significant day for the St. Louis Blues. And Jeff Suppan for an hour and a half just telling stories, man, and some great stories, some great perspective from the Cardinal Game 7 NLCS Wizard. Really enjoyed that conversation. Wonderful show. Tip of the cap. Martin, I know you're the guest booker, really. So Matthew Tkachuck, Tom Stillman, Jeff Suppan, major recommendation to podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast, or go back on YouTube and you can watch the show there.
Tim, they're not all happy.
What's the problem?
Hey, Jackson, great job getting an NHL draft guy on the show today. Well done. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
How about the owner of the damn team? In fairness, I didn't do anything to book him, nor any guests really for the last year and a half or 2 years.
What about last 6 years?
I had to do some of that.
Did you?
Not fun.
Oh, that was like a 3 week span of balloon
There was
party?
like balloon party. Yeah, there was a tough month for balloon party.
Yeah, I was like, why did I agree to do this? That was what we call that month.
Yeah.
All right, we got to shut it down. Time for us to shut it down. Tip of the cap, Martin, in particular, for booking all these wonderful guests today.
And to Chomps.
And to Chomps for picking up Jeff Suppan. For Little Jackie Papers, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.